Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome to Arda. Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, we are going to be painting Arda. We're going to make it look like this. You might recognize this because, well, this here is Earth. We've painted this one on a previous stream. But we've got, see these maps down in the corner there? Actually, speaking of which, let me gear up my world map. There we go. Alright, so what we're going to be trying to do is replicate something like this but as Arda. This is just a little plastic ornament here. I think I got me a blank one. That's a blank one. Now there is a, see this here? You got this seam right there, so that's got to be filed down. And you got to hit it with the rougher sandpaper first, and then the finer stuff, because otherwise you get lots of scratches, and that's a no bueno. Scratches, no bueno. Hey there, Landrast. It's Arda time. Crazy Wolf, happy Thanksgiving. Geez, Crazy Wolf, it's been a little while. Holy smokes, geez, Crazy Wolf, there's a lot of stuff you ain't seen. Yeah, well, hopefully. Now we're still waiting on the water effect, but you can see they're starting to get clear. Ah, look at that. See them water effects starting to get clear. Hey there, Recoil. Well, happy Thanksgiving, even though I know that's not it's not exactly an Aussie thing, but happy Thanksgiving nonetheless. How you doing there, Recoil? Great to see you. And say hello to Mom and Squeak for me. So yeah, now that this is starting to set, this is starting to look real interesting. Everybody say hello to Armored Wolf. Happy Thanksgiving, Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf has finally get a chance to actually sit down and have some chow. Now look at this. See these here? These long icicles? Yeah, I learned a little something doing the waterfall thing. As I'm cutting these shards off of that to shape the waterfall stuff, I said, well, wait a minute. Those look like icicles. Why don't I just use these? So, yeah, it only took like a decade, but eventually head gets removed from posterior and you make advancements. Yeah. Less head in posterior, more advancements. Now, we are going to try and advance this thing very, very quickly here. Let's do that. So great to see you there, Rico. Yeah, still, that's the other thing we might do while we're doing this. I might actually paint the invisible South Pole there. Recoil, wait for a little bit to share your stuff in chat. And Crazy Wolf, how has the printing been going? I'm hoping that the printer has been at least behaving itself, doing what you need it to do. And yeah, this is just a palette from previous uses here. So I'm just going to start laying this out. Let's see, we got Harad Wraith here, aka Saudi Arabia. This is going to be the Levant over here, Sub-Saharan, Central. Oh, look, we have Madagascar down there. Then we have the funky. I guess this is like a combo Australia slash South Antarctica right there. Crazy Wolf. Now, have you been fooling around with different different nozzle sizes there? I know Landress, you were. Geez, how many different nozzle experiments did you do, Landress? I think you did a bunch of them. We got the. Oh, look at this. We have the Indian subcontinent not quite attached there. Let's maybe shift this over this way. So if our Japan's over here, we need. So we got more of the wastelands up here. And then all the way over here, across the Sundering Sea, we've got ourselves basically Valinor here. Okay, so that's that. We're going to make this bigger. Extend it a little further down. This is going to go further up north. Because, yeah, the wastelands need to be all the way up there. Oh, okay. Here, let's push this even further this way. And then we'll get our little Japan over there. Crazy Wolf, don't judge me harshly, but I haven't touched a thing on that printer since I started using it in December. Well, except for the build plate, which was not my choosing. because of that stupid thing. I think you heard about that, right, Crazy Wolf, where I didn't realize that you could scrape off that stupid bill plate recognition symbol, and then, well, no bueno ensues. Yeah, found that out the hard way. So Rico, if you wanna, again, Rico, you wanna share some of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. All right, now it's time to get some green. Oh, look, we have our our Perline Black. Oh, Armored Wolf. I actually was able to message Mini Grinder today a bunch of times, and I guess Perline Black is one of the colors they want to make. So yeah, they want to make that color. There was I think Indigo is another one. He'll definitely consider doing that. I think something like 16 colors is what they're talking about. I think in the first batch, and one of them is going to be this, and this is supposed to be a thickener here. For me, I don't know. I'm thinking whatchamacallit. I want to use marble dust. I'm thinking marble dust because actually there's marble dust in there, fairly sure. All right, so again, we're laying out our continents here. That's good there, Crazy Wolf. Now, I guess the thing that is that going to happen, because I'm thinking every single time you go to print, it's going to say does not recognize the bill plate, and you can kind of force it and say, oh yeah, just go ahead and do it anyway. However, one of the things I learned is that when you force it like that, sometimes the print ends up all funky. Don't understand what's going on there, but yeah, the print can end up all wonky. So again, now we're doing Valinor over here, which leads up to some wastelands here. Actually, I might push that a little bit this way. I mean, it's okay. I got to get my blue stuff out there anyway. We also have to, I think, make, well, not Asia. Asia a little bit bigger. Then there's our Japan over there. Let's see. So Mordor right over here. That's not the Sea of Ruin, is it? Let me see if I can't get me a little closer to this here and make it bigger. There we are. That's what it wants. That's what we want. It's right there. Let's see. Anduin River coming this way. Mordor there. That's not actually, that has to be the Sea of, it is the Sea of Ruin over here. Okay. Kind of like your Caspian, maybe more like the Black Sea, I guess. So we got our greens out there now. Again, pushing this over here. Let me grab a, okay, that's sticking on for a second. Now I was thinking like, am I just knocking this thing right off of here? So yeah, the one thing I can say is that those iris oils, those are not fast drying. Let's put it that way. Hey there, Sarge. Happy Thanksgiving. Great to see you, Sarge. So Sarge, I think I might have to. There might still be some pictures I still got to send you of what we were doing at Thanksgiving there. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do this here. We're gonna move this up here. We're gonna say thanks to Sarge. Happy Thanksgiving again, there, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So say we all.
Hey there, Michael. Happy Thanksgiving. How you doing there, Michael? I hope that you had a blast. So Michael, well, same thing there, Michael. You want to share some stuff in the chat? Go ahead and do that. Appreciate you being here, Michael. Thank you so much. So Michael, I was testing these out, so they're super slow drying. I mean, which is no big deal. It's not like that's tremendously different than say, okay, the Williamsburg, like okay, Williamsburg Egyptian violet, the what is that? The pale Yellow, brilliant yellow, pale. Those colors they take a while to dry too. So in all fairness, right? Recoil. Thank you so much, Recoil. Hey there, Rottweiler. How you doing? Michael. Well, I guess they would never dry underwater. I guess. Yeah, they would. They would be the forever paints. All right, charging through Arda is one of these, thanks to Recoil, Michael, and hey there, Red Point. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving. Look out, all aboard the hype train. All aboard. All aboard. Actually, speaking of trains, there was a lot of model train stuff going on at Thanksgiving today because I handed him. Oh, I forgot to take pictures of it, but yeah, I gave my brother the 3D printed gas station for Wappelville. Did that, and we were talking about that Kickstarter. You know, the one where it's a S-scale train and you print those out. He looked at that too, and he said, "Well, I guess we just have to figure out some way to get like a battery-operated something in the engine." However, I think all the rolling stock will be fine because it just needs wheels, right? He's already got engines that can pull that stuff around. So nice to see you there, Rottweiler. Rottweiler, if you want to post anything in the chat, same deal there. Please go ahead and do that. So Rottweiler, I hope that you had yourself a blast for Thanksgiving, for sure. Ah, that's fantastic. Yeah, Sarge. Now, actually, Sarge, were there any special dishes? I'm thinking, some special Philippine dishes that you're gonna tack on to kind of the more, I guess, what would you say, standard fare? Because I could swear, Sarge, that there was something you mentioned last year where I said, "Oh, that sounds really good." I don't remember what the heck it was, but I think there was something. So everybody, please check out that link that Rottweiler just shared. Now, Michael, if you want to post your any links or something like that, same deal there. Go on ahead and do that. Appreciate everybody being here, especially on Thanksgiving. I know that people still got family stuff going on, so that's much appreciated. Yeah, Rottweiler, I didn't see what was going on. There was something about a bad call or a questionable call or something like that, and then a huge surprise, a questionable non-timeout. I guess there was a timeout to be had, but they didn't use it, and they just kind of took their sweet time, and there was an incompletion, and the game ended. So that's all. So that's a sea of ruin. That we're going to push that further north. We are going to push that further north. We are going to take this and do that because we can. That's it. I think that's it, Sarge. Yep, that sounds right. I know it's kind of a one-word thing, and yeah, that sounds pretty much right there. Sarge, that seems to be a theme with them. I believe. I think that's happened before. Again, I didn't see what happened, so I have no clue what was going on. Oh, hey, Michael, check this out. Uh, this showed up yesterday. It's weird seeing these labels, man. I am just, still used to either this label here, right? These labels. I'm not used to this stuff. Yeah, this is a weird label. So yeah, we're gonna do a test with this versus the Winsor Newton Payne's Gray, and then this one. So a color theory and oils episode is on the way. I just got to kind of figure out what it is that we can get together and prep and stuff for such a thing. Sarge, it's okay, Sarge, because well, I ceased to care years ago, and I would much rather see you have something fun going on. Again, it wouldn't matter in the case of them, right? For the Bears, it doesn't matter. They're toast anyway. I would much rather see your team have a chance to kind of explore some territory you haven't had a chance to enjoy in a while. So much better that that happens. There's a little bay in here. So obviously, this is where I think we're gonna have to say this is where Armored Wolf lives up here. Rottweiler, how many times have I said those divisional games, right? Like, well, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Divisional games get weird. Now, not in the new divisions. The older division, like your AFC North, your NFC North, those kind of divisions. Weird stuff can still definitely happen there, no doubt about it. Let's see. Okay, there's nothing that I can click on there, but I can do this. And I think we're going to do a special since it was Thanksgiving, and we did actually make cookies today. Whoever hasn't seen pictures, just shoot me a message, and I'll send you pictures of the Thanksgiving cookies. So we're going to have one of these. Yes, we are. It's going to be a hype train cookie, special Thanksgiving hype train cookie. Here it is. Now, speaking of which, we are going to be making more of these, so it will be a little bit less beat up. Also, instead of the old molasses type gingerbread, it's going to be the nutmeg log recipe, which means it's going to have much better definition, and it might actually look like a hype train instead of a hype blob. Yeah, the hype blob is while it's fun, it doesn't exactly look quite like a train. So I'm looking forward to a more genuine hype train. All right, look at this. We're getting there. See, we've kind of positioned our landscaping, right? And we're getting set up for this. Look at that. Who knew that the sun was a ring light? Look at that. Oh, I can do an eclipse. Wow. Wait a minute. Time out. Time out. Here we go. Let's do this eclipse the right way. There we go. There's an eclipse for you. That's the proper eclipse right there. See, there you go. It's going to rotate around there, all the good stuff. Now, this is confusing right here. Tale of two Jupiters. I looked down, I'm like, how? I thought, I didn't realize I had two of those. And of course, oh, look at this. There's Io. There's Io. And of course, look at this. The best, the greatest planet of all. There it is, the one, the only Pluto, which, oh, by the way, I think either today or tomorrow it's going to make its first revolution around the sun since it was discovered by Clyde Tombaugh. Hey there, Dark Horse. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah. What are we doing here? Where's my... Let me get rid of this thing. Let me do that, and I'm going to snag me maybe this brush here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. There we go. Somebody's got to play some kind of dramatic music. The Necron invasion is here. Yeah. It's like, I'll take this. Yeah, I'll take me one of these. So the Necron invasion is about to start, I guess. Oh, is that the only one that I... Yeah, it's the only one that I've got. Now, let's start to, again, get a little bit more let's start getting some mountain ranges in here. Mountain range. Oh, you know what? Van Dyke Brown. Where's my fast mat into this? So now we're going to start putting in some of our mountain ranges here. Just getting those blocked in. Now, Sarge, I mean, it's still going to be more tough sledding there for the Lions because they got a lot of opponents, that they're facing. They got to get through Green Bay and Minnesota. So again, we're just kind of doing some mountainy type stuff here. That's gonna go all along here, and now up here we're gonna get some start getting in some of our white up here. Maybe a little bit of that. Hey Doji, how you doing? So Doji, this is going to be really fun here. I have to say, I've been kind of looking forward to this for a while. Uh, yeah, I may move that back over this way. All right, so that's what I'm going to do here. Well, first, let's get the wastelands in here, or the northern wastes. Sorry. So Doji, hope that you're doing well. Again, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to again everybody. Appreciate everybody being here. I know that it's late on a Thanksgiving day and such, so again, appreciate everybody who's hanging out here. Thanks a bunch. Let me grab this here. So Doji, oh look at this Doji. This came in yesterday, so we've got 3 different Payne's Grays that we can test. That ought to be fun. Looking forward to that. So what's the thing we got to move here? We got to move this. We have to move this way over here. Trim down some of this. Even trim that a little more. So we got Wakoku over here. And of course, over here we have the Lands of the Dawn. That makes obvious sense. Now we're getting there. Okay. So that makes a little more sense now. Hey there, JP. How you doing? Everybody, please give JP Grunkers a follow. JP, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving. So JP, check this out. So Earth, right? We painted this our usual New Year's Eve stream. This here is Arda. So well, there's Mordor right inside there. There's Gondo over here, Dol Amroth over there. You got Harad, Far Harad down here. We're just starting to lay out our map of Middle Earth slash Arda. And again, since we start adding our cloud cover, then it's going to look a little bit more like this right here. Hey there, Mijar, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. So again, everybody please give JP Grok his follow. Of course, JP, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You know what I'm going to do is maybe over here. Can you stay? Yeah, you can see it sitting over there. That's pretty. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this too just for funsies. There. I'm doing that just because I want to. Well, Doji, and I was telling folks at Thanksgiving today that we can control the weather. Just ask surface tension, right? We actually made it sunny in Wales. Yeah, we actually made it sunny in Wales. So again, that's the power of the stream here. Oh, gee whiz, I almost forgot. These. Recoil knows what this is. Look at that. See that? That's the Wapilius juggling the flaming chainsaws sticker right there. Now we also have the holographic version. Look at that. Pretty nifty. We got those. Plus, now these didn't quite work out as I hoped they would. These are just some test ones here. But these are the flaming chainsaw keychains. See what we did there? Yeah, flaming chainsaw keychains. So yeah, this was very fun. I'm gonna put this over here. And again, everybody please give JP Grokis a hey Thranuel, happy Thanksgiving. Oh, also too, this is still curing. But see that? Now it's starting to get translucent there. So this was part of our latest video. This just went up on the Patreon page today, by the way. And you can see that's starting to cure down there. So this is a very fun waterfall made with elementium, of course. Looky here. So this is the extra shards there, recoil, right here, that I chopped off of my waterfall bits, and I said, wait a minute, that looks surprisingly like an icicle. Why don't I just do this, right? And just tack it on there like we did. Yeah, it works. It's way easier than trying to do this, tell you that. Hey, Grey Wolf. Oh, Grey Wolf, here, look at this. It's a great happy Thanksgiving there, Grey Wolf. So see how these are kind of flexible there? These are those extra little shards from the waterfalls. Yeah, and I'll bring that back. Bring that back again. So again, these are pieces, right, that we printed, sorry, that we, no, I don't want that in my hand. There we go. So see, those are pieces that were originally on these, but we cut them out. And then I cut really small, thin ones, and I said, wait a minute, that looks like an icicle. So yeah, this is finally starting to get clear because you can see my leaves in there now. Thanks, Zanzibar. Appreciate that. Or sorry, Majar. Sorry about that. Where's my brush? There it is. There's me brush. Hey, Elite. So Elite, it was I think it was about a 10:30-ish start, something like that. And we, of course, we were doing another one of our ships. Yeah, we were doing another ship on stream. Because, things of a maritime nature. Alright, we are going to change this around again. Alright, I'm just going to have to move this back. We moved it out this way, now we're moving it back the other way. So we're just going to take that out. I'm going to carve this up. And we're carving out an island here. Look at this. It's global warming. It's kind of like the War of Wrath, but in the east. Yeah, it's like the eastern version of the War of Wrath. So Elite, there's games going right up to that. This weekend there's critical games. These are rivalry games. Then you start having the conference championship games the weekend after that. And then the weekend after that is going to be the Army-Navy game, plus more conference championship games, I think. And then that leads you into the that's going to lead you then into the, let me see, I'm going to push this way here. Yeah, it's going to take you right into playoff season. So I do believe the Army-Navy game is, what, December 14th or something like that? Yeah, something like that. Now remember, we're going to be doing clouds and other such things. I'm just going to probably put a bunch of clouds over here. So yeah, like JP says, this is the big... actually, JP it's in the shoe this year, right? It's not in the big house. Pretty sure it's in the shoe. So that ought to be interesting. So yeah, that's going to be Michigan, Ohio State in the shoe with lots at stake, right, JP? So yeah, and of course you do have the bowl games, right? And also too, don't forget Elite. You have the FBS playoffs; those are about to start. That's a 16-team playoff. So that's kind of your smaller universities there that are going to be grinding it out. So it is confirmed by Grey Wolf. It is going to be in the shoe. I don't know. It's not like there's going to be about 108,000 people in there at all, right? Right, Grey Wolf? Nah, not at all. There certainly won't be about 100K well, maybe about 106, maybe I think is that the cap for the shoe. They might find a way to squeeze some more folks in there. So again, JP, if there's something you want to share, I know you just finished the stream there, so you're not gonna have a whole bunch of pictures right now. Oh, by the way, we're not putting Numenor over here. I mean, we're kind of going third age here, so yeah, no Numenor here. Well, I guess it depends, Michael. How many people can you shoehorn in there? I guess that's the question everybody wants to know. No, that's okay. Bay of Belfalos there. Sea of Rune here. Yeah, that's not the actually JP. We've been talking yeah, about how in college football the rivalries really matter. In the NFL, rivalries kind of like whatever. Nobody cares anymore because everybody plays all on the same teams. But in college, it's a different animal, right, JP? Because you got a whole bunch of folks that are never going to the NFL. And that rivalry game, that's their Super Bowl, their everything combined all in one. That's like their Super Bowl, World Cup, Aussie Rules, Premiership. It's all of that stuff all in one. Again, here this is more of just the Payne's Gray. I'm just sneaking that in here. I mean, it could be using indigo too. Either way. So yeah, JP, I was trying to explain that. Yeah, I mean, there's rivalries in the NFL, but it's not unheard of that the same player ends up playing for every team in the division, or well, let's see what like Favre going to Minnesota, and what's his name, Rodgers will be probably going to Minnesota too. So it seems like Green Bay quarterbacks end up in their division. And I think, yeah, I think we're good. Okay, let's start adding ourselves some cloudiness here. I think let's do that. So kind of like what we got going on over there, we're gonna start doing that over here. JP, I think, oh gosh, I think you heard me maybe talk. What was at the Council of Miniature Painters there? I got myself a 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot photo booth. It was almost like a Black Friday type sale. And I said, all right, we got to get this. And it's so huge, I had to crawl inside there to get the lights in there. It doubles as an emergency shelter, JP, because it's got that whatchamacallit stuff, the silver stuff on the inside. Yeah, it's got that silver stuff on the inside of it, so it kind of looks like one of those emergency shelters. So when the zombie apocalypse happens or whatever, I'm all good to go. I'll just have some MREs in there, my iodine tablets, and I can survive for weeks in there. So yeah, it's that kind of that shiny, kind of almost aluminum foil looking stuff, kind of like the things they make the emergency blankets out of. Now you can see how it's mixing with the water here, right? Because now we're gonna get the instead of it all just being the same level of lightness here. Yeah, I could see that happen in there, JP, for sure. I could definitely see that. Now, I don't know if people saw the big leaks for MESBG. Big time leaks. I think something like 20 to 30 pages of the new rule books and stuff were leaked. It's whatever. I guess there's a third book which is going to have all the stuff that I do, which got wiped out. And as all the things that I warned about have happened. Every single thing that I count, I'm like, oh, be careful because they might do this. Well, they done it all. Yeah, everything basically is like a legendary legion. So flexibility in army building is pretty much gone. At least the kind of flexibility you used to know, that is a thing of the past. Now it's not a surprise. I remember I said that months ago. I think they might go to a legendary legion format to kind of take away some of the. I think what they thought they were going to do is take away some of the broken lists or whatever. Until they got to rewriting the army lists and made ones that weren't broken into broken ones. So there's that too. So again, I'm just holding the brush on its side here. Oh look, you can see how many lights I've got. There are 4 lights. How many lights are there? There are 4 lights. Yes, there are 4 lights. Well, technically 5. If you count Ringworld in the inside there. So again, this is just a light bluish gray. This is not white here. That is not white. We are going to connect that here. Some of our other clouds. So Elite, we're calling this Aussie Arctica. It's it's like Australia and Antarctica all rolled into one. Either that or we're going to call it Australia, which that doesn't sound quite right either. It sounds something like well, it sounds a little bit more like an anthill instead of a world, so we won't do that. Oh, look at that mixing with the Williamsburg Payne's gray and the Prussian blue. Look at that. See how it just kind of mixes all on its lonesome there? Look at that. Mixing all on its own. So yeah, Elite, I've never actually had one of those emergency I almost said security blanket. I never had one of those emergency blankets. Now I'm thinking that that's the you don't mind avoiding that, right? If you can say I've never had to use an emergency blanket, you're kind of on the plus side there. Yeah, that's not something that you want to experience a bunch of times. Generally means things haven't gone quite according to plan. So again, this is just kind of a grayish tone here. Just getting ourselves some cloud covers, all that. Oh, that's the other thing. I did want to see if I could do something like the sun, right? We wanted to do Mimas. So Elite, I think our Thursday streams will most likely be our Christmas ornaments because if I can locate this, I might just get some of these instead of me looking for. It's not like I can't use them, right? It's not like we would not go through every single one. So I might try to also do some of these on Thursday because 2D art, right, Elite? You can't go wrong with 2D art. I guess, what is it? I think Minas Morgul is now a separate army. Uh, as we kind of thought, they're trying to replicate a lot of movie stuff because New Line Cinema sort of lowered the boom on them, I'm pretty sure. That, I mean, again, is that unexpected? Did we not say that was going to happen? We did mention that once or twice or thrice. So again, understandable. So what's weird is that I'm actually just it means I pretty much have to wait till that third book comes out because that is all the stuff that they wiped out. So when that comes out, that's when it'll really tell the tale. The 100 and some odd profiles that were taken away, well, including my Candish army. I guess there is a Ringwraith army. Now, the one thing they did, speaking of eagles here, it's a mystery what size base they're going to go on, but there are now fledgling eagles. So instead of just eagles, there's, and well, go out here, there's fledgling eagles now. So those might go on smaller bases. Nobody knows. But it does mention base size with the unit entry in the book now. So that could be helpful. Because, well, even like the Watcher in the Water, I had no idea what size base he went on. Oh, by the way, we did the water effects on him now. So see, he's got his the water drips off his little finger tentacles there, and we put some water on him as well. You can see the water effects coming off of his back fins there. We also added the crushed glass snow to create some foam in the water. So this was all part of that video. It's the latest video on the Patreon page that just went up. I don't know, about an hour before the stream, something like that. And of course, this is that Arwen that we painted on stream. And well, we got ourselves and you can never have too many Gandalfs apparently, and I like to think you can't have too many Shadowfaxes. Don't worry, this one's mellow. I keep him sedated with the pipeweed. So yeah, that's a friendly Shadowfax there. That's not angry Shadowfax. Yeah, Shadowfax on pipeweed is a much more agreeable creature apparently. Now, happy Friday there, Doji, and of course, well, we'll see you on your Saturday. We'll see you on your Saturday. So thanks for being here, Doji. And again, Doji, if you wanted to post your stuff on the way out, some of your fabulous oil-painted minis, please go ahead and do that. And here's hoping you get a chance to try out your colors some more. Actually, Sarge, speaking of Thanksgiving and painting stuff, did you get a little chance to work on the Tigray at all? Or is that maybe coming up tomorrow and Saturday? So yeah, so it was starting to drive me nuts what dish that was that you guys had. And as soon as you mentioned, I'm like, that's the one. That is definitely it. So you can see now when we get the lighter clouds in here. Oh, just using the beat up old craft brush, by the way. Yep. Now, it happens quick, right? And again, you can see what it is that we're aiming for over there. Gee whiz, now that I see this, I mean, I could have like Io and Jupiter sitting in the background while we're painting Callisto and Ganymede and such. Yeah. All right, let's let's get to our some more clouds up here. This big old Asia continent here, that's going to be quite cloudy on this one, for sure, I think. But we'll be coming back again and trying to do a little more precision with some of our landscaping there. Again, this is the Sea of Ruin. So Easterlings over here. Your Candish stuff down here. That's near Harad. Far Harad is down here. Now, of course, according to GW, now those don't exist anymore, but we know that they do. Yeah, you can't hide that from us. We know they exist. What's happening? You know what? I'm going to do the same over here. No, no, no. Too much thinner in there. Too much thinner. We're going to do this. Also going to, so give it a second, almost make that brush into a filbert brush right there. And almost make that into a filbert. And yeah, letting this do its thing. We will eventually be kind of softening some of these clouds here. And then we'll kind of put some of the, again, the more the final detail. We're only 45 minutes in here. Just in case this should finish early, I do actually have a Hobbit, well, 3 Hobbit holes all set ready to paint. So, you know, if, I don't know, in an hour and a half from now or something like that, where we're just basically, or even an hour from now, we're all done with this, I might just grab one of the Hobbit holes and paint that, because never too many Hobbit holes, right? Alright, let's not do too much up there. We want to, looks like we just made the Misty Mountains very cloudy. Very cloudy in the Misty Mountains today. And you know what? Oh, let's do this. We need like Fangorn Forest and Mirkwood here, so we get some, no, maybe not that dark of a green. Also get some brown in there. There we are. So, and then maybe a little more of our, a little lighter here. There we go. And now a bit more of the Perline Black. So again, that's kind of your Mirkwood Forest, Fangorn Forest in there. Over here, well, forest of some kind. We'll let that mix. And we'll let that mix over here. You see now our clouds stand out there. You can see things get a little bit less shiny, right, as things start to set here. We're also going to have to do some of our shorelines as well, right, to get some again, definition between that and the water there. So we're yeah, let's just get some ice down here on Harmonor. It's not Numenor, it's Harmonor. Just gonna do the cloudy thing there. Let's have this stroll on up here. Again, for some more clouds there. So one more forest in Valinor over here. Something like that. Back to our cloud cover here. Trying to follow some jet streams here. It's all about the jet stream. Oh, what do we have? Let's see. Do we have any negatively tilted jet streams here? Not really. I'm not seeing. Well, that's close to a negatively tilted jet stream. That would be some severe weather right there. Or a negatively tilted low pressure system, sorry. So yeah, we Well, look, there's some clouds where Numenor would have been, or used to be. Yeah, no more Numenor there. Let me pop some more of this in here. Actually, the other thing I wanted to, well, there's the halflings that I want to prep, but I have a bunch of dandelions in Middle Earth, essentially Last Alliance elves, and all I need to do, that's it. Thanks again for the tree bark, Grey Wolf, because that's what I need to base these on. As you can see that's literally all it is just a bunch of tree bark. So I was hoping that I could get, man, about 7 or 8 of those prepped real quick and stuck on those bases. So well, then we could test out the whatchamacallit stuff, that Puro Orange and the what's that? The Hansa Yellow Medium on stream. So that's why I wanted to do those, and then maybe we could also mess around with the Ultramarine Blue. So I figured those would be the perfect things to try out that the new Iris Artist oils. Oh, by the way, I think the tubes are going to be 16 milliliter, something like that. I think these are like 9s or 12s or something like that. Hey there, Valfera. Valfera, I did end up doing the all-nighter. I think I sent you pictures, didn't I, Valfera? I did make the cookie dough. Oh, and Valfera, look at this. Looky here. So there's the flaming chainsword stickers. And again, this didn't quite work out because, as you can see, the flame. Well, that's not quite. I think what happened is the flame is yellow, but see, look at this. See, it's got a bluish tint to it. I think that's what altered the color of the flame. So, yeah, there's see that kind of bluish tint there. I think that's what I was like. Why the heck did this? Why does it look like that? And now I'm thinking that's why. So happy Thanksgiving, Valfira. I hope that you had yourself a fantastic day. So if I do any sleep streaming, you'll know why. And then there was a ton of messages. Holy smokes. I was getting messages left and right, so that's another reason why we're a little bit later here. So Valfira, I sent you some pictures. I mean, it's nothing super fantabulous, but she had these like turkeys and a squirrel and some acorns and such. But there was no way she was going to have the energy to make the dough with everything that's going on. So I just made a partial batch. I might have sent you those pictures there, Valfera. Yesterday, that's what I was making. And then we cast the cookies. Yes, we cast the cookies. And then we cast them into the fire. We cast them into the fire. Who knew that her stove was also named Mount Doom? Alright, let's get this connected over here to this batch of cloudies right here. So happy Thanksgiving there, Delphira. Okay, thanks for being here. Like always, appreciate that. And Velfira, I did share that link with the S-scale trains. I did pledge to that. No idea when that's actually going to make having the files be available. So yeah, Velfira wasn't really sure how everything was going to work out, play out, whatever. It did, I think, worked out as best as you could have hoped for, given all the circumstances. And of course, I think it's hilarious that, of course, all of the big ME SPG leaks and everything are all happening now. Okay, there we are. Again, again some of these cloudy things going on in here, just again like what we have over there. Hey there, Ryan. Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, geez, Ryan, I gotta send you some of those pictures too. Sorry, Ryan. I thought I sent you pictures, but I don't think I did. So my apologies, Ryan. If you want to share your links in the chat there, Ryan, real quick before you head off. I know you're probably exhausted after Thanksgiving and all that. But yeah, you want to share your stuff first before you head out. So sorry about that, Ryan. Messenger has been doing a really weird thing where it only has a few chats open, and it makes it kind of difficult to actually, well, just type in some names to, open up new chats. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Ryan's going to share with all the fabulous oil painted miniatures. Now here I'm thinking, well, no, we're going to keep letting this get blended into our water as well. Get constantly. We gotta get these circulations, right? These low and high pressure systems here. Everybody, please check out that Insta link again that Ryan just shared. Yep, Valfira. I'm actually gonna have to make some more. I only have a little bit left here. Yeah, the rest of it's all gone. And I'm gonna try and make a little different recipe this time. Yeah, something a little bit different. We'll do the cinnamon and the orange this time around. So see you later there, Ryan. Yeah, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. All right, let's get some of our foresty stuff over here too. So over here by Palisor, we need to get some of our darker green here. Right in there. No, there's really no thinner added to this at all, because I am trying to get some darker greens in here. We did do our darker greens over here by Fangorn Forest and Mirkwood and such. Yeah, now we have the Lands of Ruin. Misty Mountains up there. So yeah, that was something that Kathy's sister recommended. She's the chef after all, so we'll give that a shot. Let me start trimming out our shoreline here a little bit. Over here by our yes Endor. That's what we're working over here, and then Amrun. And a huge surprise, the Land of Spice over here. So yeah, Armored Wolf had some really spectacular dishes going on over there. It's looking really fantastic. We need separation there. And we need to lighten up our desert here too. We actually need to extend out this desert. It's fine, we can do all that at the same time here. So again, this is near Harad, and far Harad is way down here, right? So it's a long ways away. Thank you so much for the raid, JP. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give JP a follow if you could. So thanks again for the raid, JP. Appreciate that. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Yeah, we're there. We go. A little bit of our lighter desert color there. We try a little bit more of the Mars yellow. There we go. A little bit more of that Mars yellow deep. And this is totally not the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys here. This is totally not that. Ignore the fact that this is this fertile crescent right here. So yes, to completely ignore the fact that we have just created. And let's get that some more of that green over here. There's your fertile crescent right there. It's not totally not Persia over here or India down over here at all. I do believe, Velfira, that that is part of Faramir's speech, right? To the hobbits there, and I think even Gollum. You know, what brought him this far away from his home? I'm pretty sure that's how that went. Now, let me actually get to my... Let's see if this will work here. Maybe some of the radiant green. Let's see what happens with that. Is that going to be too light? Not light enough. It's just about right, maybe. Maybe that's just about right. Actually, Velfira, I think we've determined that Sauron has a more advanced way of taking over Middle Earth. He's adopting this approach, Velfira. Yeah, he's just going to come in a spaceship and take over Middle Earth that way. It makes much more sense, doesn't it? Makes much more sense. Oh, there we go. So I need something that was similar in value to our desert color there, but not actually the desert color. So now it's more similar in the value. Now that's too late over there. We're going to have to take some more of our perline black. There we go. Yeah, these are totally not the Azores over here or something like that. Not at all. Hey there, Paint Mits Plastic. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving. So great to see you there, Paint Meets Plastic. Velfra, it should be interesting because we're going to get 3 for the price of 1 here. Because, well, let me move these here. Okay, there we go. Let's focus on that area. And let's do a film noir here. Wow, that's all of a sudden it's really hard to even tell the difference between, if it wasn't for the shapes, it would be hard to tell the difference between the clouds, what's forest, what is more mountainous, what is more greenery, what is more desert. It'd be really hard to tell. I mean, even there, about 10%, you can already see more. Now we're getting at, we're almost to 50, almost there. There we go. We're at 50 now. So film noir always has value, doesn't it, Velfira? I'm going to try and make the Sea of Ruin a little bit more defined over here. Again, that's the Sea of Ruin. Hey there, 1,000 Young. How you doing? We've been keeping an eye on you this Thanksgiving, so thank you so much for being here. Let me also get rid of this because that doesn't belong on there. Yeah, Velfira, that the moon was. I mean, these look different, but even the moon had a really interesting look to it, didn't it? All right. Okay, there we go. So we got the Grey Havens up here. I forget what this island is here. It's a relatively big island. Obviously, these lost lands here, some of what remains of Balerion. So everybody, please check out the link that Armored Wolf just posted. We uh, we have our newest video up on the Patreon page. I just put that on there right before the stream, and a couple. Well, we were doing we used an Elementium. We did flames on a Balrog. We did these icicles. It's a whole new way of doing really big icicles. And then, of course, we did this fountain here. Now we're still waiting on these water effect things to cure, but you can see it's starting to get more translucent there. It's going all the way down there. So yeah, that's a nice little water fountain, and that again just went up on the Patreon page. So Thousand Young, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, again, please check out this link that Thousand Young will post because some really fantastic sculpting going on there. So you will want to check that out for sure. Thanks, Velfira. I still think it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious, that I never thought to do that before for icicles. Never thought to do that before. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Thousand Young just posted. Now we're going to get a little bit lighter desert shoreline here. Extend that down over here. Extend that down here. I don't want to go too light with this, because if we go too light with it, then the clouds, they're going to have a difficult time standing out. But we need to get more of a desert look in here, so I'm going to get some of our there we go. Some of our Mars yellow deep down in there. This is totally not the Nile over here. It's not Egypt at all. I mean, it would have been funny if they did for Farharad instead of going with the more Western Africa motif, if they had gone actually more with an Egyptian motif. Yeah, well, Velfira, I guess I never really had to do really large icicles before. And then all of a sudden, there was a need to do really large icicles. And the only reason I even discovered is I just happened to look down and saw those shards that I made, and I said, wait a minute, I think we can use those. And they just happen to be essentially icicle sized or shaped. No problem there, Sarge. No problem. I totally understand that. So thanks again, Sarge. Appreciate you being here. And of course, have all kinds of, I'm sure you have lots of tasty foods tomorrow. So see you later again, and thanks for being here. We're going to get a little bit of this in here on the shoreline, I think. Well, not exactly the shoreline. More this western part of the continent there. Yeah, Velfira, I figured, well, we need more ornaments, because you can never have too many. And there we go, let's do some more of these. And I thought that this is the one I was really looking forward to. I mean, it's not like I'm not looking forward to the other ones, but this one in particular I thought could be really, really fun because I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I thought this one could be pretty nifty here. Well, Valfira, I mean, tactically, I guess you could say there's several trees here now because I have these little small light up trees. I think I sent you the picture of one of those. And of course, well, presents, that's the other reason why we do these. So, Great Wolf Studios, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to post any of your stuff in the chat. There's the same thing, Valfair. If there's something that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead. A little bit more to green up there. Okay, so there's your, yep, we got Valinor happening over here. Again, starting to finally get some nice definition here on our continents. Might go a little bit lighter right along the edge here. We'll also have to kind of indicate some. Oh, there's our desert down here. We haven't really done that. Totally not the outback. And there's another desert down here. Yeah, Velfira, they're just maybe a foot tall. They are really, really small trees, but I actually put some tiny. I think I might have sent a picture of one of them. Okay, this is totally not like Indonesia here. That's totally not Indonesia or New Guinea or anything like that. Pay no attention to that island over there. I might get some more darker foresty type stuff here. We'll get our, our perline black. That's gonna go in here. Wow, Valfira, that would be very, very epic. And boy, Valfira, I was almost kind of thinking. I wonder if there's a way to take like the tables that are designed to kind of like go over the side of a bed. I wasn't sure there was a way to take one of the, and it's on wheels, right? You can just pretty much roll it wherever you want. And I think some of them have shelves on them. And I was almost going to ask you if something like that might actually serve as a possible temporary paint station for you. So Thousand Young says that it's totally Indonesian. Yeah. It's definitely not. It's the not Indonesia. It's Schmindonesia. Yeah, trying to get some of our greenery in there. And of course, again, this is totally not the Tigris and Euphrates river valley there. Definitely not. Alright, so I think now we're really getting our land masses pretty well defined here. Also with Africate, Europe, and Nasia. This is definitely Nasia right here. And where's Europe? There's Europe. You know what? I'm going to try to get a little bit maybe lighter here with some of my green. Also, let me see if I can do that a little warmer with some Indian yellow. Yeah, okay. Now it's a bit of a warmer green there. Trying to indicate a little bit of irregularity, some roughness with that terrain there. And again, 1 hour 16 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on this at all. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. If you do, you're going to miss something. I think now maybe with our landscapes pretty well defined here, I can get back into some of our lighter clouds, which again, you can see there. Look at that. You can see we haven't done the lightest clouds yet. For which I do have my fast matte white out there. And again, that's the Sea of Rune. You got Mordor down here. We'll be doing some more with our mountains. We got some. You know what? I might just do the rivers first here. That would be that'd be kind of an overhead type of setup, then, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Valfer? So I could see that that not working terribly well. You know what? Is that brush sitting over there? Let me see if I can grab this here. 1 second. Without knocking everything else over. Okay, that was achieved. Because I was using this to paint that stuff. Yes. Look at all those acrylic paints there. Yeah, I got to get rid of those. Some river time. Let me get some of our Prussian blue here. Some of that Payne's gray. And now it's, oh, wait a minute. I think I have another picture here of, I need the river Anduin. Maybe not that one. I'm going to get this one here. Whoops. Here, let me refine that brush. So there's your river Anduin. It's going all the way up into Fangorn Forest there. So that's over here. That's basically, well, as it's called, the New Lands, or also Valinor. I think it's also called the Undying Lands. There we go. Totally not the Amazon River there. And again, here we'll put the not Nile River down here. Again, that is totally not the Nile River Valley there. Olagas again are also not the Tigris and Euphrates. So it's the not Euphrates and the non-Tigris rivers. Get some of our, that's this river needs over here. Nah, it's a little too much. Just take this and just use that as kind of a blending brush there. Need to make that more, give a little more desertification there. Of course, on Thanksgiving, we all had a bunch of desertification. Today, well, at least hopefully so. Yeah, we needed to make that a much lighter desert sort of a thing. Same thing with some of these other locales here. So the Denigris and the Euphrates. Of course, the floor is always open at Club Wapelville. Right, the mic is always there. It's open mic night every night. And Thousand Young decides to claim the pun championship straight out of the gate. So yeah, Velfero with that model train stuff. It really would be nifty if there was some kind of whatever you could buy to make those locomotives actually, work. My brother, he was able to get on eBay some. Let me get this maybe brighter, maybe go more towards the green here on this. Essentially, the same train that my brother Lou, who was born again in 1949, played with when he was just a few years old. And that is one of those like wind-up trains. So a cannon printed with ink tank instead of the stupid cartridges. remember the cartridge incident there, Valfera? When we had the Amazon wish list thing, which actually I think I have a public wish list now that because Armored Wolf reminded me the last. Well, yeah, this is not like the special one we had for Kathy. This is a different one. That one hadn't been updated since 2014. So yeah, it got a bit of an update. I was looking at, there was a bunch of Ugly Doll stuff in there that was obviously long since out of production. So once again, this is our Middle Earth right in here. So we got, again, that's the Bay of Belfast. You've got the Anduin River over here is our Mordor. We're gonna add some darks to the mountains there. Let's do that with some Vanak Brown, maybe. Gonna get a little bit of my brown ochre too. There we go. And then Minas Tirith over here. Continue with that mountain range over here. Oh god, what was good? I think it was called the Spine of the World. Yeah. Alright, now I do think we might just be ready to start getting in some of our lightest light on the clouds. Let me, yeah, I'm gonna break it up with some of our darker blue first. Let me do that. Let me see if this will work here again. Some of the Prussian blue, too. Break these up a little bit here, and then again we'll come back with our lighter stuff. Thousand Young says it needs more doors. Yes, more door could use more doors. And of course that the Black Gate, that was not a defensive thing. That was originally built to keep stuff in. It wasn't built to keep stuff out. Yeah, I was definitely not made going in one direction. I was started life in the other direction. Valfira just kind of self-taught. I've loved cartography as long as I can remember. I think I was probably, I don't know, about 14 or something like that when I could, maybe 14, 15, when I could just draw a map of the surface of Mars just by memory. It's kind of fun, Valfair, because you don't often get to, maps are clearly a flat sort of thing, and it's really fun to be able to stretch them out over a completely spherical surface like this. And of course, that's where you become hyper aware of all the distortions, right, that you see in most maps. Where you see some continents extraordinarily large. Hey there, Dr. Plastic, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving, happy Friday, because it's now Friday here for sure. So again, happy Friday. Appreciate you being here. I am going to reduce the size of that and maybe push that over here. So again, we have kind of your dominions of the Black Numenorians here. Again, the Bay of Belfalas up there. Yeah, we're gonna get some more. Again, this dark blue here. So 1,000 Young, I don't know if you had a chance to post your sculpting stuff yet, but if you want to sculpt your or post your fabulous sculpting projects there, please go ahead and do that. Thranuel, I do believe that the group that I was with, to try and save a little bit of time, they had something called standard door procedure. So if they came up to a door and it was not ajar, it was just a door, they would say, okay, what was it, SDP, standard door procedure, and that just meant that they were taking their time. They weren't just like walking up to the door and slinging it open and just jumping right in there. So Thousand Young says that you can clearly see the bias in Middle Earth maps, or some Middle Earth maps, because they use the Mercatork projection instead of the Mercator projection. They use the Mercatork projection. So yeah, Thranuel, there was a couple of things like that where it was just kind of like, well, taken 20. I think that was the other thing. Now, of course, that can be kind of abused a little bit, where it's just, oh, I can never be caught by surprise because I was taken 20. No, no, you can't. Like you said, I can't be hit by a sneaky fireball because I was taken 20. So it is like all things, it's a delicate balance. Moderation in all things, including moderation. Okay, so I think our shoreline pretty well set there. Now let's get all this stuff here out of the brush. Might have to get some more of my fast matte white out here. We'll see how that's going to roll. No pun intended. See what I did there? I know, I'm also breaking this down with a little bit of the thinner here. And now it is time to do some of those brightest clouds. So, in other words, some of the stuff that we've got right here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I will be taking, I think we're going to take Akagi and we are going to turn that into our next little shortened YouTube video. So look how light that is. See, I wasn't joking. I wasn't kidding when I said we were going to be able to make our clouds a whole lot lighter still. But we need the lighter, more faded clouds in there too. So I'll sometimes take our Twitch sessions and break them down into something shorter. Especially, well, in that case, I think that was a stream where we painted Nagato and Akagi. So I'm just going to separate it out to where we have the focus on Akagi, which drops it down from about a 4-hour, 10-minute stream down to maybe even a little less than 2 hours. Valfira, I totally understand that. It's this is one of those nights of battling sleep streaming. So Valfira, actually, ooh, you know what, Valfira, let's do another film noir because we didn't have this quite so set here. Yeah, we've got much more definition here than when we did our last one. Let me move this over a little bit. So, okay, there's our three. This is pretty wild, Valfira, and never been so easy to be able to do a multi film noir. Man, look at that. I mean, there's a little value difference here where the deserts get a bit lighter, but the clouds, except for these really light ones here, even the clouds almost disappear until we do that. And all of a sudden, poof, there you go. So again, Velfira, glad that you could have a decent little Thanksgiving there. And of course, well, we'll see you Friday. We will see you later today. Oh, and there's a bunch of games on. Elite, yeah, there's a bunch of college games on today. Yes, and then Saturday. So yes, indeed, it's a glorious Friday/Saturday in college football. Can't get enough of it. Wow, what the difference that makes. That is just, it's wild to see. Look at how light that is. And believe it or not, that's not necessarily 100% white there. It's close. But I don't know if that's actually white. I mean, as soon as it makes contact with the surface, it's already becoming less of a just straight up white anyways. Because what's on the surface is, well, that's wet. Yeah, look at the difference in that little cloud setup there. Same down here. And these clouds go this way. Bring them down here. Maybe even a few little isolated banks of clouds there. Bring it this way. Alright, more of our thin down fast matte white. And I think you can see that even inside the mid-tone or mid-range set of clouds here, it's not one big blob of white going there. It's broken up here into smaller light clouds. More of that here. Like you do. So again, becoming much more like this one over here. And we're 95 minutes in. That's all it's taken so far to take this from primer to this. And by the way, none of this was drawn in advance. We just painted it all on here. More of our light that way. More, look at how light that is compared to the other clouds. So now we have kind of multiple layers of clouds. And we still have some of this. I'm going to leave some of that lighter, that kind of mid-range stuff out there. I don't want to cover all that stuff up for sure. Push this up here, and maybe we even bring ourselves a little bit of a blending brush there. That's a brush that's kind of seen a lot of action, one that we typically use for doing something like pinline washes or glazes or something like that, because it's too beat up for frontline service, but at least still has a semi-decent point to it. And again, when that crosses over, we're going to try and get some lighter shoreline there too, I think. Yeah, on Valinor. What the heck just happened here? 1 second. So the monitor just got unplugged again somehow. So let me, 1 second. Alright, that's better. Of course, now I've got to get stuff. 1 second here. Let's bring this. That doesn't belong over there. Okay, that's not what we want to do. Maybe this. There we go. Okay. Now we got things set up again. So basically, my foot unplugged the monitor. At least I know what was going on this time. Last time when that happened, I'm just like, what in the world is going on? Why did my monitor just turn off? It does mean I have to crawl under the table, though, and get that hooked back up again. And as soon as it gets plugged in, for whatever reason, it wants to have everything on the same monitor, so I have to drag, like, all of my the monitor that goes to my right, which has all of the, like, my reference screens and my Streamlabs and stuff. Or my Stream Manager, sorry, not Streamlabs, but Twitch. Yeah, I had to drag that over there manually. Here, let's get this few little clouds over the top of this here. Yeah, look at that. Look at the difference that makes. And see, like these down here, I don't necessarily want to make those super light, because it helps to also fade that, right? And make it look like it's well, further away from you. So get more of our lighter clouds over here. This is a reasonably decent sized batch of taller clouds here. Again, that's going over our totally not South Africa there. And our Schmadagascar over here. It's not Madagascar, it's Schmadagascar. We'll still go even more of a fine implementation of our clouds here when we get down to our glorious 18-0 liner brush. So again, we got some later clouds going in there, and then for sure, as we cross over our deserts there, yeah, some cloud cover over the desert. Again, getting some smaller clouds in there. Let's see here. We're gonna. There it is. Yep, I think we're gonna go with the lighter clouds right down in here too. That Boise State game, normally that wouldn't be terribly interesting at all, but its implications are fairly large, so that becomes an interesting game. Even the Colorado game, well, not so much that one, but the Arizona State game. I mean, not only is it a rivalry game with Arizona, but now basically a playoff spot is on the line. We've got about 10 elimination games going on this weekend. Actually, maybe more like 20. Now we're going to have these two kind of join together here. Again, this larger batch of taller clouds here. So I think our Thursdays, at least, I think there will be a bit of an ornamental focus on our Thursday streams. Might even try to paint multiple. Well, maybe if we can get a couple done on each of our Thursday streams, we could do some damage that way, ornament-wise. Get this down into here. Again, look at these little tiny clouds in there now. And if we feel like the edge of those is too sharp, we take another brush. It could even be this one. I could take this brush, get all of the paint out of it, and then we could go in and just do a little bit of a blending where we could just kind of kill some of the edges on them. Okay, we'll do some more of that. Get some of these small clouds over Valinor here. It's cloudy over Valinor. I mean, there is the Iron Bowl, which, of course, that's always a wild and crazy game, even when there's maybe not a whole bunch at stake. I believe that Alabama's pretty much eliminated at this point. Even though they're number 13, they are first ones out. But if they want to have any hope whatsoever. They have to win and pretty much win big on Saturday. Okay, I'm going to try and get me some small little clouds in that area. Up we go here. And of course, the Ohio State Michigan game. That's going to be a big one. Always is. But that is another must win situation. And Ohio State, I believe, has also lost but the last 3 or 4 of those in a row. So there's going to be big trouble if that happens again, especially since they would be significantly favored in that game. Wouldn't be surprised that they were 10 to 11 point favorites. So again, as more of the blue gets on the end of the brush, you can see there's a little bit of dark on the end of that. That means now when these colors are not going to be as light as these that we just put down. And we're going to do that all across the globe here. Again, we still have plenty of our lighter clouds to do. Also taking the edge of some of these and maybe toning down the edges like these here. Now the edges of those not quite as pronounced. Little less noticeable.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Friday. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Appreciate that. We could certainly use a little bit of our medicine. I mean, even cartographers need medicine too. Yes, indeed. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Of course, I was just about to say, everybody, please give anonymous gifter a sub or a follow there, because it's instinct. But thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Appreciate that. Ah, look at this. Look at this. Now that that's, see, got that little dark blue dot on the end there. So now I can kind of go into here and this part of our water there and get a few little wispy clouds. So again, we want layers of clouds there. Now, of course, Ganymede is going to look a lot more like that, except as well, I think both Ganymede and Callisto, but especially Callisto, I believe it's referred to as the dirty snowball. It's pretty much Van Dyke brown, and wherever there's an impact crater, well, it's lighter there. So you obviously have very dirty ice, and then where there's a relatively fresh impact crater, then you get that lighter effect. I don't think it's almost kind of the opposite, right? With Io, where everything is sulfur and methane, and wherever there's a fresh volcano, then it's going to be darker again. Not a whole bunch of impact craters on Io. Now, gee whiz, do I have? Oh, this is our other IO. I think this was the later one that we did. This was pretty fun because we were actually able to get some of the greens in there. And then, well, remember Mars? We were just talking about that. There you go. Come on, there we are. So apparently some folks have, I guess, been invited to see early screenings of the War of the Rohirrim. Oh, speaking of which, I guess the Hera miniature that leaked. Well, it wasn't really leaked. It was posted today. Yeah, that was GW posting that. That wasn't just leaked by somebody. Not a bunch of. There's some folks that really are kind. They like it, and other folks are just kind of not super a fan of it. I've seen also the Helm Hammerhand. I mean, it's basically the Helm Hammerhand of the Hornburg, not Helm Hammerhand of Edoras. I will try to get those, like those specialty figures. I'm not going to bother getting the plastic figs. And hopefully, I don't know if this is going to be the case, but instead of getting the actual physical books, now that I have an iPad, I was just going to get the PDFs. Now, if someone has ever gotten the GW, well, what would you call it? The digital codexes or battle tomes or whatever they're called now. I think it used to be that I couldn't get them to work on either my iPhone, or sorry, my Android phone, or my computer, really. So hopefully having the iPad will let those be interactive and work in a more productive way. Also, I really don't want to have a whole nother set of books around because they'll just get mixed up with the old ones. That will inevitably happen. I'll just get them all mixed up. That won't be helpful. I certainly don't need two more Rohan buildings. Not only do I have all the ones that we made, I already have two of the GW buildings, and our imprintable terrain is working on a set of Rohan buildings. So I won't just have Edoras, I'll have Megaras. Yes, it'll be Mega Edoras. We'll have a gigantic 10-foot by 10-foot Edoras. Carrying in some of these, again, these smaller, teensy little clouds up here. Now we also have to kind of make some snowy, icy stuff happening up here. Let's get that along the coastline there. Same up here. And the frozen wastes up there. So thanks again, Anonymous Gifter. Appreciate that. Of course, Anonymous Gifter is far more magnanimous than Anonymous Grifter. We know the Anonymous Grifter is less popular here on the channel. Not as beloved as Anonymous Gifter. So again, more connection between these. So you can see again similar regions right there. Very similar regions. Eerily similar, I guess you could say, between Arda and Earth. Throw some light down there. So at least here I was just able to hot glue this to one of our, I almost said miniature lands, one of our Battlecraft supplies. Fabulous miniature holders here. I was thinking synonymous gifter there. That's a person whose name sure sounds like it has something to do with giving, but maybe not. All right, no. That's I'm gonna actually put a little bit of thinner into that. And that is going to go across our Nile River Valley here into yeah, okay, so let's do that. We've got clouds over here, uh, Eritrea, Ethiopia, right over there, right over the top of that. More of our clouds right along here. Get more connection between these. And over here, more individual clouds right over that little, I guess, more the Ganges right there. No, there's your Ganges River over here. I did like the oh, by the way, the primer that I used on this is the same mix of the blue and black primer, or the blue ink and black primer that we use on all of our ships. So quite literally the same, also the same oils. And of course, well, we have for Armada Mondays, I have a whole bunch of, well, it'll be a lot of the smaller Japanese ships. What I might see is if I can get some of the individual files, like Shinano. I think we'll try and get some of those individual files. No, 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 no. See, we're going to take our blending brush there and just, there we go. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. Change that around. It's almost like an eraser. Continue to work our lighter clouds over that. Does it still have enough thinner? I think so. Yeah, so clouds are on the edge of that little bank of clouds there. More of those in here. Again, as this, the more times this brush hits the surface, the more the darker blues that are already there get on that brush, and then it starts to mix. This is your palette. This over here, that's just a color storage device, as we call it. That's all that is. Nope, I'm going to leave those maybe a teensy bit on the darker side there. I'll just put a few little bits of clouds in there. It's a little something crossing over the shore there. This first crossing over that with these clouds, where the brush is already kind of mixed into that, to the blue there. And then we'll come in with our lightest light. This, I am going to take my blending brush version here and also tone those down just a little bit. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, we just posted the latest video, and it was something that talked about elementium, as we call it: fire, water, ice. Yes, we did the fabulous icicle, well, also the snow, the crushed glass snow, also from Armored Wolf Productions. And this was another featured piece of that tutorial, is making this waterfall here. Speaking of our imprintable terrain, that is an our imprintable terrain piece. And again, our imprintable terrain is currently working on a batch of Rohan terrain right now. We've done some of their other terrain on stream. We've done a bunch of their miniatures on stream. Some of our most favored characters also are from our imprintable terrain, such as Mr. Giggles here. And you wonder, well, why do you call him Mr. Giggles? That sounds strange for a big old troll. It's because he's a very fun guy. And of course, then there's what? There's Woody, Rocky, there is Jeeves, and Birdie. Those are all some of our favorite our imprintable terrain characters. I might have to, just for funsies, bring along Jeeves and Birdie to Adepticon because they're so huge. Again, trying to get some of our lighter ice down there. All right, let's get some of our lighter clouds in amongst this. Again, not looking to wipe out all of those kind of mid-range clouds. Where's my blending brush here? I think that is this one. So Dr. Plastic, these ornaments here, a lot of times they're gifts. My ultimate goal is to have an entire Christmas tree with these planetary ornaments on there, and then of course, well, maybe another Christmas tree that has our Middle Earth themed ornaments on there, because that would be very fun. And again, we've painted up, I think, for the last 2 years, right? We've been painting ornaments on stream during the holidays. You would think we would have quite a collection by now, but since again a lot of them get used as gifts and presents, we don't have quite as many as you would think. I think as far as those wooden flat ones, that Minas Morgul, that's the only one I have here. I think all the rest of them are gone. I think a bunch of those were distributed as presents over the last 2 years. Now I need to lighten that up a bit more again here. And we could even start to actually have a little bit less thinner on the brush too, because everything is starting to set. You can see it's way less shiny than it was not too long ago. Sometimes I do have to get a little bit more thinner onto that brush. Again, thin paint sticks to thicker paint and vice versa, because of course, what are we using here? We're using regular artist oils. We're not using acrylics. We're using regular oil paints out of the tube. And this, if it's not dry by this time tomorrow, it will certainly be dry by our Saturday stream. Doesn't mean it might not be shiny, because certain colors do have a bit of a shine to them. Prussian blue, depending on which one you use, can also be one of those colors. Can have a little bit of a shine to it. Should you wish to cancel that shine, all you gotta do is just brush on a little bit of this. That's all you gotta do. Super simple. So Thousand Young, hopefully the projects that you have going on right now, those are going very well. I was hoping that maybe a little conversation about with Reaper there about those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears might have a way to. Essentially, they would just kind of ask their sculptors and say, hey, does anybody just want to take this thing on so that we can use these to do kind of the gummy bear tribute thing? And maybe sculpt those up the way Boomitz sculpted the those couple ones for us, right? Like Gumlum here and Gumladriel. Again, some Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Sorry about that, Thousand Young. And Thousand Young, if you want to post your sculpting stuff again, please go ahead and do that. I know that's never fun when that happens. So again, we've got ourselves a little bit of Mordor over here. I'm trying to get some of the peaks. Some more mountains there. More of our clouds up here. And then more ice up there. Around our pole. And oh, now we've crossed the 2-hour plateau. Yeah. So again, you got the Plains of Golgoroth here. You have your Blackgate there. Minas Morgul right about there. Everybody, please check out that it's an Instagram link. Check out that Instagram link that Thousand Young just posted. Now, Thousand Young, I think you weren't gonna be doing the streaming again. I know you did that for a little bit there. Geez, I still have to shoot Drax a message and see if Drax is still doing okay. Alright, let me do this. More of our clouds right in there. These, yeah, we need a bank of lighter clouds right up in here, I think. Carry that a little bit further out here into the lands of Rune, which is not a kingdom or anything fancy, it just means east. That's literally it. The Sea of Rune, Eastern Sea. The lands of Rune, that just east. And I figured Thousand Young. So sorry about that. Hopefully there's, well, again, some other alternatives that materialize soon enough. Do this away again over our lands of the east there. We might try to lighten up too along the edge here where we've got the Grey Havens and such. And then as we get up to Anchorage over here, oh wait, wrong globe. Be that globe over there. So there we go. Now we're getting it right about there. So yeah, Thousand Young, that can be like a couple of full-time jobs all by itself. Yes, the job seeking full-time job. More, yep, we're gonna lighten up some of those clouds in there to make those even more intensified. Look at all that convection there. You know what, let me get my smaller brush to dig into this a little bit more here. Boy, oh boy, I think some of our pure orange is still on this brush. And again, I checked out this. This was in our previous tutorial here. Now, the bright orange stuff, that is still very wet, but some of this other stuff, like our shield, I can touch that. Nothing wrong with the shield there. This seems, yeah, that's basically dry there. But this stuff down in here, that is not dry yet. I think this is the one that we were going to use. Is there enough thinner there? Think so. Yeah, maybe a little more. I'm gonna have to probably gonna have to get some more fast matte white out here anyways. And now we could really get in here and put in some of those finer clouds. Very tiny little clouds here. Maybe again a few of these really small ones on top of these sort of almost mid-tone like clouds. Nah, that's all too much. Let me grab this, tone those down. Now let me see if I can get some lighter greens along this shoreline here. Let's see if this will work. It's actually got a little bit of a Indian yellow in there too. Yeah, I don't want that to be too light everywhere. Maybe even a little islands offshore a little bit later. Blending brush. So a little bit like what we were doing with with all of our desert stuff. I know up here in the Grey Havens, we were hoping to get a little bit of this again along that shoreline. Come back with this blending brush here. Less pronounced. Also, see there's only one hard edge. That's the edge going up against the water. The edge going up against our landmass there was definitely much more soft, much more muted. Yep, Thousand Young dropping down the punnage there. Keeps the good vibes a rolling. So can everybody please check out that Instagram link that Thousand Young posted. Oh, you can give Thousand Young a follow on the Instagrams. It's not just Twitch. I appreciate, of course, all the Instagram followers myself. So put a little bit of that there. We take this brush. So on the landward side, it is softer and faded. On the seaward side, much harder edge there. Same down here. We're going to take this brush. and just kind of reorganize that a little bit there. I'm going to lighten this up a bit more, also along that edge too. Maybe get a couple of islands over here. Let me lighten those up. Little offshore islands there. That same lighter green that we were using all in here. I think we've got the lighter green along the edge of that. Blending brush again. Where you at? There you are. Also, too, the blue here. That's still very much wet, even though we put that on 2 hours ago. Now it's not dry, but it's also not freshly applied wet. That's a different thing, and we talk about that all the time. Where we'll say we might leave something on there 3-4 hours before we actually try to put something else on it, around it, whatever. As we like to say, give it time to set, like bread in a proving drawer. You know what? Those clouds need some development right there. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll get rid of our green. Getting that out of the brush. Let's get some of our fast matte white here. And that, oh yeah, look at the difference in these clouds. Big time difference. And of course, it's not one solid mesh. You can see that it's broken up here. And we're also trying to form some shapes with it that would kind of conform to a jet stream. And that idea of high and low pressure systems kind of pushing each other around. Continue with this big old cloud right here. Yeah, maybe thin down the paint just a touch here. And this way here, yeah, a little more of that. Yep, we'll have it attach all the way into this. Actually, that doesn't even have our lightest light on it, really. So we'll start doing that here. Much like a lot of different weathering. See what I did there? Much like weathering, you can do too much of it. See what I did there? So that would be too much of the chipping, the streaking, all the grime. As fun as that stuff is to do, if there's too much of it, it's too much. It just gets to be a little too much. More of that lightest white in these clouds over here on top of our Valinor. Just march all the way up into here. So again, this is not Earth. This is not just Middle Earth. This is all of Arda here. So here is our not Africa, Africa. Again, that's near Harad, far Harad down here. Filling these clouds too, again, getting the really small ones in here now. These are super, super small ones. Like we did, you can see how small some of those are. And that is something we're going to be working all the way around our planet here. We haven't gotten to those really, like the smallest little details just yet. More of our white on that brush. A few more lights added there. Some more harder edges on some of these clouds here, and also again the smaller ones. We have to be a little bit careful, and again putting too much of the lightest clouds down here, because we want that to fade, right, and become a little bit darker as it goes down there. Gets a bit more thinner again. Teeny tiny little cloud there. Something over here too. Yeah, not like these larger banks of clouds. Something smaller. Down over here. Yeah, this needs a bunch of our lighter cloud stuff down here. I can see crosses over the Australian Antarctica here. Holding this brush on its side. This is mixing together with that kind of greenish tan color. Putting this tiny brush on its side almost turns it into like a crazy little quasi filbert brush. Because we're again using that same brush over on its side. Connect the clouds up here. That work its way down here. Over that way. Oh, wow, we can definitely lighten this up some more. With more thinner, a little more thinner here. Yeah. And then extend these smaller clouds out here. Some of them are kind of building on some of the mid-tone clouds that we also have there. We need some of that lightest light over here into these clouds. And again, that's it. Now that we have our 18-0 liner, can really get into some of these tiny little clouds. That again helped kind of tied all those areas together. More thinner on that brush. Hit these guys a little. Yeah, I want to actually make that color a little more intense over the top of that. Have it come kind of in proximity to this bank of clouds, that little low pressure system there. I like the fact that that is not as pronounced as this, that it helps this to turn and fade that way. Which is why these clouds up here that are almost closest to where your eyes are, those more of a faded, darker color there. Alright, let's do this one too. Up here. A couple more of those little tiny light clouds coming off of this. And if they're too prominent, edges too strong, we'll take this brush and just sort of stip it over. We're not taking them and pulling them this way or that way. We're just taking this and doing like a little Morse code, a little tap, tap, tap. Up here to our northern hemisphere. Not a whole bunch going on here. Not sure it all has to be clouds there. We are going to try and lighten up some of our ice up here. If we can. Now we're going to try and hit these clouds, make these a bit more prominent here. Bit on the lighter side. Now these, see that we're just going to stipple that edge. Doesn't wipe them out completely, it just makes a little bit of an adjustment to them, that's all. Now what is this one? Let me get to my reference here. Give me 1 second here. Nope, that's not it. There it is. So some of our lighter clouds are right over here. Actually, there should be a little bit of a desert kind of a thing happening here in the new one, and then it gets into our icy stuff. So let's I'm gonna just do this a little bit of the lighter clouds here first. So 1 sec. Touch more over there. I connect the cloud bank over here. I think so. That was sounding a little bit of Oceana. So here's that making some bit of desert right in here, and that same blending brush that I was using on the clouds. I'm going to take this. So you got that big old hard edge there. Look at this little tap, tap, tap. See how that incorporates with the landscape around it there. Nope, there's too much paint. I'm going to get rid of some of that paint there. Ah, there we are. So now we got our bit of desert in there. And then up here, I'm going to actually cut into some of this to make it look less like the clouds, more like our water. Not necessarily going to put rivers in there, but we want to have some bays in there. This almost looks like a dog's profile right there. Now that we've done that, I think let me see what happens when we do try to cross over some of our lighter cloud cover over the top of this now. Let's see what happens here. So right over here. Well, look at how intensely light that is compared to what's around it. You notice we're trying to leave some gaps in between these clouds too. Now, of course, a map of the various seas of Arda would be very helpful for our Middle Earth War at Sea that we want to do, which would be part of our overall strategic map, right, as we play out our version of MESBG. Now, I do have a very large piece of terrain print now. It's another piece of dwarf terrain. I think it's about a 12 or 13 hour print. I think in a few, let's see. Or was it longer than that? Because I think I started that print around maybe 4:30-ish, or no, maybe more like 5 or something this afternoon. So it's basically we're using it for Erebor. So that would be well up in here, which we actually get to get some of our clouds up there, I think. I think we'll need to get some more clouds up there in Erebor. Right over. This is a little choppy here. We got to figure out what are we doing here. I think I'm gonna go with some cloud action here. So again, we break that up into much smaller pieces, and we're gonna take this blending brush right here. And again, all it is just a little tap, tap, tap. We are not just swiping at it like this. All that is going to do is just wipe away the paint or smear it. It's not going to do anything that resembles blending. Of course, this all adheres very easily now because some of this stuff we haven't really messed with it probably in a good hour plus or so. Patience. Patience is really key when it comes to the oils because you can get pretty excited with all the wet blending and such that you're doing. And sometimes that leads to getting out over the skis, and it leads into maybe a little bit of a collision with a tree. We want to avoid those kind of collisions. Some more of our, ooh boy, there's an awful lot of thinner on that brush. Also some, there we go. Essentially using a palette from, I think it's actually from our Monday, no, from our video that I filmed on Tuesday and Wednesday. Just trying to make more use out of that one palette. But it does mean that sometimes some old dust or lint or whatever does work its way into the oils. don't want to cover up too much of our area of Middle Earth here. Nah, I'm gonna take my blending brush to that. Again, just tap, tap, tap there. Around, so with the shoreline of Balearic, I wonder if instead of going lighter, let me do this the opposite way. We will go darker here. Let me get my reference up again. This would be the not indigo here. So I think, okay, that was our, we need another one up here. Another bay right in there. There we go. And we kind of needed to sharpen up this edge of our landscape there. Maybe give a little bit of a river there too. We've got another one here where the Grey Havens are going to be. Don't know if that's the Brandywine River there. Could be. And then some of these islands out here, we're just going to take some of that away and make those a bit smaller. You know what? I'm going to take some of that out of there too. Did we? I'm going to make a... wait a minute. No, we do have... so around here between Cathay and the Orkney Mountains, maybe something that's a bit like the... Because we have the Ganges over here. We need maybe the Yangtze River here. Okay, now we're going to go back to some of our lighter green here, closer to that shoreline. And there's this is Wakoku here, essentially our Japan. We need to thin this part of the landmass up with some of our, again, darker blue, the Prussian blue, some of the Payne's gray. This might be a case where we probably would have some kind of cloud cover there, but I also do need to show the separation of some of those land masses. So back to our blending brush there. Sweet, I've got 2 resin printers. They're on the older side. They are pure Anycubic Mono X printers, and well, that's what we did all of this with. So the eagle, the nest, the tree, all that was 3D printed. Same thing with stuff like our watcher in the water here. Right, all of the hobbit holes we did, that was FDM style. But again, all the miniatures that we do, those are printed in resin. And a lot of these are very, very recent streams here. That was just last week we did that Shandofax right there. And well, here's and also too, we print out the basing bits as well. And again, those are done in resin. The things have been so crazy here. I haven't had those printers going in a couple of days. Oh, I did print out the Lord of the Rings themed cats. That's right. Those have been printed out. I gotta get those off of the build plates and then get the next set of prints going. I think, oh, I printed out some creature caster stuff. That's right. Yep, printed out some creature caster stuff. In fact, you might be seeing some of the creature caster dwarves, which are going to be kind of in a Moria type setting, and they're going to have the object source lighting on them. Who knows? Might be painting those as early as tomorrow. It depends if those last Alliance elves, if I get those prepped, we could be painting those tomorrow on stream. Well, later today, because it's already Friday. Bringing up a bit more of this here. Where's my, there's my brush there. Do this now. Bit more of that over here again with these smaller, tiny little clouds here. Very tiny. So are we getting, yep, we're getting, we're over the Sundering Sea here now. With the tiny clouds here. Get our shoreline here on Bay of Belfalas. Our Mordor. We have another little mountain range that should be going here because that's where some of the fiefdoms are located there. Also, there's that Gap of Rohan. We also print out vehicles here. We've done a bunch of vehicles workshop videos. Actually, we have another one that's going to be coming up very soon. Each series is generally 2 or 3 episodes long. Oh yeah, that's much better. Again, with these little teensy clouds here. Let's see, 2 hours 43 minutes ago. Well, this didn't have any paint on it whatsoever. None at all. Cast in some more of our light clouds there. Oop, let me do the same over here again. We've got this one part here. It's gonna, well, it's gonna cover in, looks like it's covering Isengard and Dunlin here. And Moria. It's kind of working its way into Lothlorien too, it seems. So Dr. Plastic, I wasn't sure if you're also doing, say, the FDM style printing, which again between our Hobbit holes, and also, let me see here, our Easterling buildings that we've been painting on stream, of course, and the Elven ship and our Courser ship. So that's one of our 3 Courser ships for our Ola Coursers of Umbar. That was another army that got changed. Hey there, Grand Oracle. How you doing? Sorry you got gypped on your sounds there. 1 second. Well, I can't. It won't let me do my little test sounds there. So sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Just as I was looking at those. Happy Thanksgiving, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we've done a few film noirs on this, and it's really wild to see the difference. So Grand Oracle, I hope that you could enjoy the day for sure. Here's hoping you had a lot of fun, lots of really good food. I think I sent you a few pictures. I don't know if I sent you the pictures where we actually did get a chance to make some Thanksgiving themed cookies. So not only have we done Halloween cookies, then we did Thanksgiving cookies, and then obviously we'll be doing the Christmas cookies now. That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. I know that it's been extra crazy there for a long time. So I'm glad that you could have at least a little fun with that today. And Grand Oracle, I found a little more information about the iris oils. I think 16 mil is, or no, 16 colors. I think it's going to be in the maybe 17 milliliter tube range as far as the size goes. And I think the set would be $99. One thing I can say is that the those lighter color, like the yellows and such, they're kind of like Indian yellow, Egyptian violet as far as their rate of drying. I would imagine that brilliant yellow pale for Williamsburg is a pretty slow drying color. I think you'll also get a kick out of this Grand Oracle that Mini Grinder was lamenting the loss of the fast matte colors, and he also was not a fan of the adding the alkyds. Actually, Grand Oracle, I did briefly at one point today try to search for alkyd powders, but there's really no such thing. Everything is all in liquid form. So Dr. Plastic, the FDM style printing, which there's nothing to worry about. There's no fumes or anything like that. Maybe a little bit of noise, but that's it. Now, as far as the resin printing, that's where you would get something like, well, some people think that my photo booth is a grow tent. So you could have a grow tent, or you could put the printer in a closet or something like that. Again, that would kind of keep it out of general circulation. And there are some decent smaller printers too. You don't necessarily have to have, say, like mine, the larger Anycube, or yeah, the Anycubic Mono X's. Though too much of the edge there. We're just gonna take the edge off some of that. Hey there, Hetzer, how you doing? Nice to see you, JD. It did work out pretty well. I wasn't quite sure. No, none of us was sure how today was going to work out given the current situations and such. But I think it worked out as definitely as well as it possibly could have. There were actually some Thanksgiving cookies that were made, in addition to everything else. We will continue again with some of our fast matte white along some of these. You know what? Let me get some fresh fast matte white out here. Oh, and also Grand Oracle. This did arrive. It's weird these new Gamlin labels are just like really, because you're used to these. At least I'm used to these labels. So I'm gonna get me some of my fast matte white out here. Grand Oracle, yeah, that's kind of the second and third batches, so I'll have to send you those. Yeah, I'll send you those, and Again, there was a couple of those cookie cutters, a couple of turkeys. There was a squirrel even, and some acorns, and some maple leaves, and some oak leaves. And basically, since my sister wasn't gonna, with everything going on, not have the energy to do the cookie dough, now that I've got the new mixer and I've done it several times now, I was able to achieve the dough relatively quickly. Actually, I still have a small portion of it myself. I think I'm going to actually try and do a one brief little thing of cookie baking tomorrow. Maybe try the new cookie cutters. Grand Oracle, as a wise man once said, always protect your nuts, right? I think that's something that the squirrels definitely believe in. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Well, I know it's not Thanksgiving there, but we just been issuing out happy Thanksgivings to everybody and saying thanks for everybody and thanks, of course, for being here. Everybody, please give Kate Crates a follow. And, of course, Kate, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let me see. Where's our... here's some of our other ones that we done. So there's one of our Mars. We ended up with not one, but two different IO. Two different ones. We actually have a pair of Jupiters here because reasons. And then, of course, the bestest planet of all, that would be Pluto. Very different here. I'm glad that you're doing okay there, Kate. Trying to stave off some sleep streaming here since I basically did an all-nighter. Because Thanksgiving was a very, very early start. Dishes were being washed, I think, by about 3:15. Yeah, Kate, we don't believe in revisionist history here. Ironically enough, it's either today or tomorrow Pluto achieves its first orbit since its discovery by Clyde Tombaugh. So that's it's going to be a significant milestone there. Hey there, Jet. How you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, I can't say happy Friday, that's for sure. So again, it's really interesting to see the differences here. So, there's Arda, there's Earth. That is there's your Valinor there. We have, or the New Lands as it's called. And then, of course, here we have, I think we were calling it what, Austrarctica or something like that, because it's like a combination of Australia and Antarctica over here, which is hilarious. And then, of course, totally not Asia and Japan over there, and totally not the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys there. So see you later there, Thousand Young. Again, sorry that that thing kind of fell through there, but hopefully there's other things that are going to come up and be even better. So thanks, Thousand Young, for being here. Appreciate that. And everybody, please, again, check out that link that Thousand Young posted. And again, Kate, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead. Wasn't sure if you were going to be working on more of your busts and larger scale stuff on stream. And yeah, again, everybody, please give Kate Crates a follow. Might have forgot that. Again, a wee touch of fatigue is, we are combating that here. As we keep laying in clouds. And every so often we kind of see an area here where we kind of refine our landscape. We're going to do that over here, kind of like what we're doing here on this side of Valinor over here. Again, attaching that little string of pearl right there with those clouds. And also, too, remember this is the whole planet here, so you have a bunch of clouds kind of collected together instead of just one gigantic 2,000-mile long cloud. That didn't quite make so much sense there. So please check out that Discord link that Kate just shared. And of course, please give Kate a follow. Boy, that Hansa yellow, that is still very much wet on the palette there. That is way different than the Hansa yellow medium of fast matte fame, which would almost not be dry necessarily by now, but it would be thoroughly set on the palette. And that's just after a couple hours. This was a Patreon video filmed days ago. I think yeah, I'm going to add a little more thinner to that. Maybe even a little more. Let me see something here. Where's my... I'm going to go with this fast matte up here. So what I'm going to be doing, if I'm doing the those dwarves and or the Last Alliance elves, I will be using fast matte white instead of their titanium white. Yeah, I think I'm just not another color chart. That's the only time I'm going to be using the titanium white. There is no real difference between the fast matte stuff and regular titanium white. It's just the drying time. One is pretty long, the other one is pretty short, which is why this will basically be dry by tomorrow. This one from days ago is still not dry yet because we were using those new paints there. Nope, no, that's our green there. No, I'm not going to put that around the lens of Rune. Put that around here. Again, that's our Bay of Belfalos. Taking this is one of our beat up 18-0 liners, and we're just doing this. We're not pulling it, right? All that's going to do is just smear things. And smearing things, that's not quite what we're looking for there. And get, yeah, a little bit of our lighter green along that part there. Our not Madagascar. Let's get a little bit more light on the edge of this coast over here. Then our blending brush there. Couple of little islands off of here. So we don't want it to be the same color as our clouds. You know what, let me take my blending brush here to our blue that we used to chip away at the shoreline there. Again, we're not doing this. It's a straight up and down sort of tap, tap, tap motion there. This right here and back to our Middle Earth here. Because again, calling a planet Middle Earth would be like calling Earth South America or Africa or Asia. There's many different continents. Obviously, they sort of mimic. So instead of Earth, we would call it Schmirth. Much like instead of Gandalf, we have Schmandalf or Schmaladriel. Here's Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Something here. No, not too much of just the white. There has to be some yellow in there. Otherwise, our shoreline there is just not going to stand out from all the clouds. Yeah, Kate. I'm trying to. It was in the early days when Shandorf came into existence. It was in the before time with the original Wapelius spell brush. I haven't painted up one of those in a while. We've painted this version and have used that. Oh, we also have speaking of which, the stickers. When we created the flaming chainsaw. So there's the holographic version and there's the regular version. So Recoil was kind enough again to create that art during the stream, and we even did some test keychains of the flaming chainsaw. What I realize here is that there's like this blue film. Oh, wait a minute. Time out. Let me see something here. Ah, look at this, Armored Wolf. I notice. I'm like, why is that like blue? Hey, that's much better. Those were successful then. Yeah, recoil, look at that. So ultimately it was successful. There's just this crazy blue film on there to protect us from getting scratched. Well, okay, then we can do more of those. They worked out fine. It's like, why? What's this weird blue cast on them? That I was not. They didn't make it known that there would be some kind of. Well, I mean, I appreciate the protective film. They just maybe could have said a little something like, yeah, if they look a little weird when you see them, that's the reason why. So I guess we'll make more of those then for Adepticon. Yeah, recoil. I'm just like, why does it have a weird bluish tint? It was when I held it this way on camera, and I said, well, there's no blue in there. Why is it blue on top? Well, it's not. So again, recoil, thanks for doing that. Again, I never said that intelligence was my forte. Now let me get some more of my. Yeah, we're not gonna go a little lighter here with some of our clouds. I'm gonna take some of that fast matte white, break it down some, but not too much. We don't want a pin line wash out of this. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Instagram and to the YouTubes there. Appreciate that. I'm going to again. Is this? I think this is Kaga here, so I'm going to be taking the Akagi, and I'm going to be separating that out. So I think I'll remove the Nagato portion of the painting process and just have Akagi, because that had all the freehand and such in it. And that'll be our next YouTube video. So it's 2:05 in the morning here, JD. So yeah, that's it was a long day because Wednesday never ended. Wednesday just went into Thursday with no pause for any sort of sleep, which is another reason why the brain's probably operating on minimal power right now. Trying to get again those smallest clouds in here. And once this is completely dry, it should pretty much be no more reflective than this is. And if there's a little bit of a residual shine, well, then all you have to do is take the anti-shine that is from Army Painter, and all you gotta do is just brush this on. What's fabulous about this is that you're obviously inside. You usually don't have to worry about it too hot, too cold, too humid, too dry. You don't have to worry about that inside. A little bit more climate controlled. Let me try a little bit darker with the, again, that's our Perlene black. Now looking to do water, essentially kind of a darker forest environment here. Obviously kind of a Siberia type thing going on there. Bit more up there. There's another shoreline over here that needs to be, I think, given that same kind of lighter treatment. I'm kind of doing the darker sort of mountain slash forest stuff here first. Get some of our brown in there too. Okay, so we did that. Now let's maybe lighten up that shoreline a little. Too late. Little bit more. Okay, I think we got ourselves a shoreline there. We're gonna do it this way here. We have our Yangtze River that goes that way. Blending brush, and again, we're not doing this. It's a straight up and down, just a tap, tap, tap kind of motion. That's all it is. That's all it is. So now we've got ourselves a little bit of a shoreline right there. I think we pretty much did that. We got a set of clouds right there, so we can only go so light on that shoreline before we start to, even with a color slash temperature change, they'll just meld together too much. Again, the blending brush here, just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap. Now the other thing, and you might see it on here. Yeah, okay, here we go. Where we've got the clouds casting a little bit of a shadow on our ground, and there's a few places we can do that. Perlene black, that's our super dark green. That is not, it's not black. Just a very dark green. Might mix some of the Van Dyke brown with that. And because we don't want it to end up too much like, well, the dark of our water. So here again, we're going to try and do a little bit of a cloud shadow. There, it's got to be very minimal too. It can't be too thick. Otherwise, that cloud is thousands and thousands of feet above the surface, as in way too many thousands. Okay, so now there's a little bit of a shadow area that the cloud's casting down onto the surface. There's another one. Not absolutely everywhere, just some select places. But again, there you can see we've got the shadow of the clouds. We're going to do that over here. Got a whole bunch of them here. Over the steps here. Maybe we'll take away a little bit of that. Again, over here with the shadow from the clouds. I don't want it to also look too much like a river. Oh, thanks, Kate. Appreciate that. Well, anything, well, you know how that algorithm is, right? Anything that pushes the algorithm is a very helpful thing. So thanks for doing that, Kate. Now, since the videos, and of course, YouTube hates long form YouTube stuff. So it's a little bit difficult to gain the follows or the subs there. When YouTube is saying these videos are too long, we shall not show them to anybody. Which leads to a wee bit of sad face. This not sad face is we had a little bit of, again, some shadow to alignment with a cloud casting a shadow like that. Well, that'd be fantastic, Kate. And again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate posted a little bit back. And of course, please give Kate Creates a follow. I don't know if you know when your next stream will be for sure, if you want to let folks know. So, no. There's another place where we can go with almost, again, a bit of a shadow cast by the clouds. Yeah, I guess up here too. So Kate gonna be streaming in about 30 minutes from now. So again, everybody please give Kate a follow so that you won't miss anything. You'll get that alert. You will be there. You will not be square. So again, cloud cover this way. It is hilarious that on some of our other planets that have this type of regolith on them here, again, obviously your cracked ice, it looks very much like our cloud cover. Oh, actually here, let's do this. Let's show that maybe with a bit of a film noir. So again, look at those clouds right there, and then this action right here. All of a sudden, it'll look, here, let me get rid of the craters there. All of a sudden, it kind of looks the same, doesn't it? That's pretty funny. And there you, again, you lose, right, the difference between the greens and the blues and our yellows. Big difference. Another area here where I can get some of that, some of the shadows here of this cloud system, again, crossing over the landscape there. Bit of forced perspective, I guess you could say. There's another instance, I think, where we might have some of our dark reflecting here, or casting a shadow over our continent there. We did that one. We did this here. Pretty much got this down here. Nothing up here. I don't want it to look like another river, though. So gotta be judicious with that. When there's already kind of rivers in the area, then that's a little bit too solid of a line. We're gonna do this tap, tap, tap. What it does is it actually kind of creates a minute sense of roundness there. It's not just like a flat piece of like somebody dropped a paper towel on there and it's just completely flat. All right, again, I'm gonna try and do a little bit of, yeah, our mountains of Mordor here. Almost a bit of a shadow type thing on that. Here again is it's the River Anduin there. Let me take a look at my references here for the Sea of Rune. Not that one. I need this one. Might actually make that a teensy bit lighter. First, let me get all the dark stuff out of the brush. Maybe I'll take ultramarine blue. Who knows, maybe this is a bit more of a freshwater type of a thing here. Now I'll also try and get a little bit of our some lighter blue right here where the sun is hitting the surface. Kind of like what we did here. Not incredibly light. We want it to be more like a mid-tone. Lighten that up there because also too it does kind of convey water depth too. Definitely want to have the depth in the water. So as it gets obviously closer to a shoreline and it's shallower, it's just not as deep of a blue. Again, not up here, but I think here's another place where I'm going to try and get some slightly lighter blue in here. Again, that's just the ultramarine blue because that's more of a reddish blue. The Prussian blue, even the Payne's gray, I think by comparison, more towards the blue. You know what? I'm going to lighten up this a little. So it's not just a lighter blue, so you can see it's also a little bit more towards the reddish scale of things. Let me do this up here. Yeah, these little islands over here, I think we're... Let me go back to my reference here, and I don't know, some of those are fairly substantial. But I think I need to make them lighter too. Yeah, let's do that. I got the lighter green here anyhow. A little touch of the pearline black to make sure they don't get too much towards the cooler side, because then they'll just mix in with what we already just did here. Let's get some more of these. They're the lost lands, kind of what's remains of Beleriand when that fell into the sea during the War of Wrath. Another one of those little islands over here. Well, not necessarily so little. Hey there, Nishlin. Happy Friday. Happy Thanks. Well, I guess it's not Happy Thanksgiving anymore. Not that there is Thanksgiving over there, but I hope that you do it well this Friday here, Nishlin. Having a great start to your day and a great conclusion to your week. So Neshon, it's even more interesting than I thought it was going to be. Painting Middle Earth, or entire in its entirety, right? As Arda, so you can see here. Where's our? Okay, there we go. So you see with our Saudi Arabia there, we have the mountainous region just kind of inside the coast there. We have our Nile River Valley over there. We have some of those same shadows we're talking about with the clouds, right? You can see those there on that particular globe. I'm glad that you're not doing too bad there, Neshlin. I've had a chance to kind of learn a little bit more about the geography of Middle Earth through this project here. And I think Thursdays will probably be, at least initially, those will be the days for painting our ornaments. I am hoping to maybe be painting up some Last Alliance elves that would be more like what we did with Elron John here. Let me see. No island over here. Well, not really over here either. Do I need to... first let me soften these guys here. So I'll just take this brush. Again, there's no paint on it. And we're just doing this. We're just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Yeah, well, what it does, it just softens up those edges. Here's another one. Let me do that same deal here. Yeah, see, those are a little bit more like big, massive lines there. I'm just going to do this little bit of tap, tap, tap. And it takes a little hint of the edge away from those. Yeah, Neshland, if you check out the Instagrams there, you can see I have pictures of the ornament actually hanging on the tree. They are definitely designed for that, and they work out really well, especially well when it's darker, right? And I always make sure I position either one of the bubble lights or one of the brighter tree lights around them, and they work out really well. Hoping to do a couple of other new ones, like say Callisto, Ganymede, Mimas. Mimas will be hilarious because it's just like paint one crater over here. Oh, we're done. And of course, Callisto and Ganymede are kind of the dirty snowball type of thing. So the painting of those might be brief, which is why I might be painting a few of them at once. So yeah, JD, it's obviously one of our kind of December posts on the Instagrams. Also, oh, I have pictures of, what was the, our cookie decorating from years ago. That's also on the Instagram. Now, this one, I don't know if you had a chance to see the latest video yet with the Elementium and using the heavy gloss gel for so many different things. Let's see, one of them here was our eagle, and that's where we learned to do a new type of much bigger icicles, and that kind of came about because I was doing this fountain here, and as I was cutting these pieces for the fountain, I was cutting off pieces, kind of shave it down to make it the right size or whatever, and that's when I realized, yeah, we could maybe be making some icicles out of those. And we tested a couple of different things, the heavy gloss gel as usual, and then the green stuff world splash effects, which is basically the same thing. They do have different properties though. So I actually use a little bit of the ultramarine blue here. Again, that's our part where the sun hitting the surface, maybe also changing the temperature of the water here versus this down here in the southern hemisphere. Anything else with 1 second here? Let me try to work some of that into the Bay of Belfalas here. So initially, there's been quite a few leaks and such for MESBG. Let's see. Yeah, Rot. A little bit of a unique colloquialism there, right? And of course, everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow if you could. And of course, Rottweiler, if you want to share your link again, I know it was a long time ago. Last time he showed you. Same thing there, recoil. Oh, never did get my lighter ultramarine over there. Yeah, turn a little bit more of that here. So again, now that's got a little different coloration to it. Now this is almost more like a blending brush. It's a soft brush. There's pretty much no paint on there. What I'm just gonna do is I'm going around here and doing that tap 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 thing and just killing the edges on some of these clouds. And again, we really appreciate Recoil for designing the flaming chainsaw Wapelia spell brush there. And I can't believe it, right? Well, I had no idea that they put this crazy blue film on the keychains. Gee whiz. And now the other place that making the Dark Queen Galadriel stickers, those haven't arrived yet. And I don't expect they will tomorrow either. So, but please check out that Insta link that Rottweiler just shared. Please give Rottweiler a follow too. Let me do this. Again, just taking our blending brush there, getting rid of some of those harder edges. Same down here. This is sort of a timing thing, and if you're going to get into the oils, this might be something that takes a little bit longer to get kind of adapted to if you haven't done the oils before. So with the oils, sometimes you got to be patient, right? If you get too much in a hurry, all of a sudden you're going to find out that you've got too much paint on there, or the new paint's not going to want to stick there because yeah, you need to give that paint just even if it's 10, 15 minutes. That is better than just slapping paint on the same area over and over and over again. You don't want to be doing that. That's just not going to work out terribly well. So yeah, Dr. Plastic, definitely just some plexiglass. That's all it is. And yeah, that was a bit of a protective screen on there, and I just didn't detect that. I just was like, why is this such a weird, dingy kind of bluish color? Let me see if I can break out one here that does not have. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I was like, why is that so dingy there? And I held it like this. I'm like, that's clear. There is no blue tint there until we get like this. And that gave it away right there. You see that blue strip. And I went, oh yeah, that's a little different, right? That's what I was expecting. And when I saw that coming out of the box, well, even Armored Wolf saw the pictures of it and said, those keychains don't look right. That is not what we're supposed to be getting out of those keychains. So I think that is it with our darker blue there. Now let me get my brush here and we'll get back to some of our really teensy tiny clouds, I think. Yeah, better thin that down a bit more. And like so. Couple little lights over here too, or little clouds over there. Same deal over here, over this. Again, that's basically Valinor over here. Touch up some more of our, we need some more of our small clouds up here too. I think our shoreline is pretty distinctive, standing out from the water. Is this our, yep, this is our not Africa continent here. Totally not Tigris Euphrates River Valley over here. You know, I might even throw a little bit of touch more light on Mordor. You know what? Let's do something. This is going to be hilarious. I'm going to take me a little dot of our, wow, that pale orange is still very much not wet. We're going to put a tiny little, there's a little orange dot there. That's going to be the crack of doom, so to speak. Right there, we'll just leave it there. That'll be hilarious. So just that, yeah, just that one spot over there. Hey, Garuzi, how you doing? Nice to see you. So, kind of in the post-Thanksgiving mode right here. And of course, getting into our Christmas ornament painting extravaganza, where we're going to be doing plenty more planetary bodies here. Jupiter, we got Mars. Speaking of, we're going to be doing some other moons of Jupiter. We've certainly done Io a couple of times, but now we want to do things like Ganymede and Callisto. Might do both of those on the same stream since they're so darn similar. Yeah, might paint both of those next Thursday. Touch more with our light clouds up in there. And again, obviously Earth and Moon. So here, this is a more recognize. There we go. We should turn it more like this. That's the part of the moon that people are gonna recognize. Tycho created there. There we go. Yeah, let's have the more recognizable face of the moon looking back at us down there. So I hope that you're doing well there, Garuzi. A happy Friday to you. Of course, we get to say it's a glorious college football Friday. Thank goodness. Which will be then followed by a glorious college football Saturday. Garuzi, it's been a while. Let's see. I did get to play basketball once during the summer. It was there was a few structural hazards on that particular basketball court. One of which is the fact that it was on a driveway that had quite a significant incline, which, in the, I guess, least harmful sense of the where it made shooting 3-pointers from downhill very difficult because you're literally shooting that ball up against. It's like a salmon trying to swim up against stream. But it was also raining and misting, so the ball was also very slick, and so was the ground. So that made it a somewhat hazardous. Now that definitely is much more on the unfortunate side there. Garuzi, sorry about that. Hopefully, nothing of any kind of significance gone. Certainly, hopefully, not any miniatures because, well, yeah, you can replace a 75-inch screen TV, but replacing 3 Space Marines, now that's going to cost you. Yeah, you could pretty much buy yourself your own private island for one apocalypse-sized army. Couple more of our little. Where's my blending brush? Here you are. Yeah, I know. We'll roll with this one. Just looking to soften it up and then do some of our small little clouds in here again. Again, that's where it's going to cross over our, essentially our Siberian forest that we painted on here. Well, Garuzi, that's very handy there. A little lesson to be learned. So I'm glad to hear that. Well, also too that things didn't go too bad when the cavalry showed up. Speaking of cavalry, I guess that's one of the new things in the new MESBG is if you are a character and you walk up to let's say you lose your horse or whatever thing, you can go up to somebody and say, I'm going to take that horse. That's another thing that was in the leaks of the last few days for MESBG. Again, for me, I'm really not going to know if it's something I'm really going to be doing until, probably not until 2025 when the 3rd book comes out that essentially has all the legacy stuff in it. Now, I think what we'll have to do is just kind of do a little bit of each. We might be doing some new version and some old version, kind of, well, depending on certain things. Now, I don't know what other folks have heard as far as MESPG goes. I think I'm not going to bother posting to any MESPG Facebook groups for a while because I think the subject matter is going to be, well, kind of determined. Can't do on some of those smaller clouds. See, we got them here too. So I get for our stream on, well, tomorrow and then Saturday. Some of the subject matter that we'll be doing will be, well, we need some hobbitses, right? If we have all that terrain painted now, we need more hobbitses. And these are new ones that I've never actually painted before. Brand new ones from Printing Goes Ever On, so that should be fun. And I think they have a lot of character to them. They're small even for hobbits because yeah, sometimes people scale something like a hobbit or a dwarf and it's taller than a person. Well, that's not. I think of Printing Goes Around as more of a true scale. Yeah, not so much with the heroic scale. So again, working with a bit more of our the clouds tying those in little tiny pearls, almost a string of pearls. No, again, I don't want to get the mountain range of Mordor too late there. I am trying to get the little light there. Let me about the river here. Let me I'm gonna maybe lighten this coat around the river Anduin here. Let's see how this works. Oh, that does work. And just right down there in the river Anduin Valley. That's it. I don't need to necessarily do more than that. Maybe some of our darker green again. Perlene black. I'm gonna mix it with that brown. And that is the reclaimed earth color. And that's the one from Gamlin. Trying to do some more of this forest up here. Again, kind of a Siberia type of environment there. More of that over here. What is this? Oh, that's, I think that's supposed to be, now that's some of our lighter cloud. I thought maybe it was part of our, not Himalayas there. So a lot of cloud cover over the desert over here, that's for sure. But again, you can see light coming down. That's why our water, see it's got that kind of ultramarine, there you can see it better there, ultramarine blue color, whereas that's still pretty much the indigo slash Payne's gray down there. And then we've got our shadows here. So again, the light's coming this way. Clouds casting shadows now as they move across the surface. Breaking up that cloud into some smaller bits. I'm gonna see. Oh, if I can get another. Let me look at let me look at my reference here super quick. 1 second here. So yeah, I think I think we can create a nice little river right here on Valinor. Now let me get some of that paint off of that brush. That was going to be way too thin. So get ourselves a bit of a river for this one right there. So we have our not Ganges River Delta over here. The not Nile River Valley there. The totally not Panama Canal over there. Now up here in all of our waste land. Let me see if I can get a little bit of the. No, we'll just do the sort of grayish blue. So not maybe a little bit more of our. I keep wanting to call it shadow gray. That is our Payne's gray, and that is from Williamsburg. Now that we've got the Gamblin Payne's gray, we'll give that a shot too. So just a little bit of my fast matte white goes in there, just a little bit there. Do I want to on the altitude? Yes, okay, over here on the in the far east, so in the far eastern lands here of Rhone. A little more forest right there. Actually, yeah, none of my easterlings are on desert type bases. They're all on, well, basically the marble floor type bases, the blue marble. So I can't necessarily show every forest, every river, because we got the cloud cover here, and if that's going to cover 2/3 of a forest or a desert or something like that, I have to kind of be careful to make sure that you can actually see what that's supposed to be. Because it might make sense to you because you know what's supposed to be there, but somebody just looking at it would just be like, what is that supposed to be? So I'm going to maybe try to get a little bit more of that lighter ultramarine. Might even take some of this fast matte turquoise and mix that into our. Okay, that's gonna work there. Good enough. Again, I'm gonna take my blending brush to it here. Tap, tap, tap. I'm not gonna drag it like that because all that's gonna do is just smear it. It's not going to mix anything. That will not mix anything. Ooh, that's getting a little bit done the later, so let me get back to, there we go. I think now we're talking. Yeah. It also helps make more of these shadows, right, of these clouds going over the water. And again, our oil paints here, we just referred to them as the big four. There's aforementioned Gamlin. There's our Winsor Newton. So here is the typical four brands. These three here, Richardson, Winsor Newton, Gamlin. Those are just about the same when it comes to price, when it comes to quality. They're all good stuff. Some have, well, there's colors in one range, not in the other. There's certain colors that are better in one range than they are in the other. Now, the Williamsburg here, when it says handmade, that's a legit thing. They are done by hand, and they pretty much there. It's hard to find Williamsburg colors that aren't really nifty. Whereas some of the other ones just say, yeah, this the burnt umber from Windsor Newton, not so fabulous. However, the Mars Black from all three, whether it's Gamlin, Windsor Newton, or Richardson, is very good. I still think the Williamsburg Mars Black is my favorite, though. So again, that's the indigo here. Just around these little islands, which, yeah, that's your bay. Sorry, that's your Grey Havens up there. Though I did actually print the first, well, that I first purpose built Grey Havens Elven building. Printed that the other day. Yeah, right now we are printing up the that big, essentially dwarf mining shaft type of thing. Let me see if we can bring that up in Bambicam here. How far? Oh, okay. How far along is it? No, it's a little. It's almost 60%, and there you can see it. So that's that big old piece right there. I think that's the single largest piece. Some of the other pieces that go on top might be able to do two of those side by side by comparison. So let's see how much time is left on that. There is still 7 hours left on that. So that's gonna go for a while. So again, that's our totally not Euphrates slash Tigris rivers. There we are. Let's get some of that going. And maybe separate up these just a tiny little bit. That's almost a bit like a dry brush right in there. Now this is a bit more of our green here again. Kind of a mid-range green. Now I'm going to go a little darker, so that's, wow, that's got more of the pearline black than I was originally thinking. Maybe more shadows from those clouds. Maybe something up here too that's also another shadow from the clouds. Still, yeah, I'm gonna get this brown. So this whole spine, there we go. We need to do that spine of mountains there. Now let's get to the pearline black. That's our dark green again. Trying to do something to kind of represent the Fangorn forest here. And then Lothlorien, rinse and repeat. Now that little line right there, that's just kind of in isolation. I'm going to actually maybe even try to put some shadows on some of our really tiny clouds there. And more of that up here. So what is all of that? Is that supposed to be ice? Is that supposed to be water or clouds? Let me take my ultramarine blue mix to that here. That's actually one of the iris oils right there. Doing some tap, tap, tap there. This up here as well, we've got, I think we lost some of our land here. Let me see if I can do some kind of a grayish thing for the shoreline here. We want that kind of a the wasteland, northern wastes established here. Like that. And down in here, blending brush again, over there. Try to lighten up this shoreline some more. Again, trying to use kind of a grayish blue. I don't want it to be, see, it's too close to the clouds. Back away from that. You know what? I'm going to lighten up the shoreline here again around our Gray Havens. There. Blending brush again. Yep. Is this the... Well, there's some fast matte white there. I'll mix that with our other lighter, warmer green over there. Desert again. Let me look at this. I'm gonna maybe yeah, see, when we did this we didn't have, oh, maybe we did have the Mars Yellow Deep when we did that one. I think so. Yeah. There's another little another little island here that I want to try and separate that, but also not have it look like one of the clouds. And another shoreline there that we're trying to separate. Same on our, I think it's, what is that, Yukoko? What's that? I forget what that one is called. It's a Wakoku, that's it. Totally not Japan, Japan. I think we've got our smaller islands established there. Do I still? Yes, I still do have straight up fast matte white. I'm going to try and really clean out this brush right here. Bring this down here where I've got a nice batch of just straight up white to put for some of our lightest clouds here. I mean, this is the first time we've basically had just straight up fast matte white. We're breaking this down. We don't want it to be a pin line wash, that's for sure. Wow, I did not think it would that I could still get that light there. It's a testament to how we let the paint do all the mixing. Alright, we're doing this now again. There we are. Yeah, this is making I thought that we had already gotten really, we had gotten light, pretty darn light, but not quite this intense with the purity of the white there. Same over here again on Valinor. Lighten up. Oh yeah, this one really can definitely be made lighter. Get more of those tiny little clouds passing through here. Something like this. Hit that up here to again some more of those really small, teensy tiny little clouds. Another round of really light clouds up here. Kind of passing over things like probably Tibet, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. A few more for lights up here. Again, those lighter clouds, tiny little dots. And there's again, there's our Mordor right there. The eye that never sleeps. Keeping an eye on you, of course. I think we've got this. Again, don't want to cover up too much stuff. We've got, again, that's Mordor, so Minas Morgul here. Minas Tirith over here. I can't quite get too much snow on the mountaintops without it also looking like clouds. Last bit of our lighter stuff here. On these clouds up in the northern wastes. Now that we kind of... Here, I'm going to maybe try to... it's too late. Fortunately, blending brush is right there. But now it is, well, it's after 3 a.m. here. And we've actually been doing this for over 4 hours now. And, well, time to try and get some printing work and other stuff done. So that's where I want to say thanks so much for all the bits and the subs and follows and the cheers. Also the raids. I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations even on Thanksgiving. So we appreciate that. And of course, Thanksgiving, we want to always keep in mind that we're grateful for all the stuff that we have, which is all the folks that have done supporting of the channel here, whatever way, shape, or form that takes. So we want you to know that we appreciate that and we appreciate you. Very grateful to have everybody here. And of course, well, we'll be doing this again. We'll either be painting up some hobbitses, or we will be painting up here again some of these Last Alliance elves here with all the object source lighting. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Sorry that it's you won't be seeing a whole lot here, but again, we've got tomorrow, well, and Saturday. And thanks for the subs there and the bits, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Rottweiler. So thanks for staying up late again. I know it's even later for you. It's 4 something in the morning there. So appreciate you being here, of course. And Recoil. So hopefully you guys are actually having a chance to play some Valheim again today. Here, let's take a little look, see at what we got here. Again, so we've got Totally not Africa, Saudi Arabia, totally not Eurasia there. Oh, thanks, JD. Appreciate that. And thank you so much, Recoil. Thank you very much. And again, happy Thanksgiving there, JD. So that really worked out very well. Also, it's a way easier than me trying to stick the blue tack here on the surface. So that worked out very, very well. Works out great. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. I think we're going to go to, I never got a chance to raid Lecter's Kitchen, so we're going to try and head over that way. So thank you so much, everybody. We're just going to let that raid countdown do its thing. So again, fabulous Middle Earth ornaments on the way. Thanks again, everybody. See you on Friday. Oh, thanks, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. Well, here, let's do this now.